Today we're going to do something a little bit different than our common landscapes and beautiful skies and trees. We're going to go ahead and do an ancient demonic entity called the Baphomet. A little bit of masculine shoulders, big shoulders, and nice round breasts. There we go, like so. Keep people guessing. That's right. You don't have to paint Baphomet, and you can paint yourself any of the demonic entities, Baal or Ra, for his demonic horns. Here we go. Nice demonic horn like so. Just let it flow right off the brush. There we go. Nice sharp horns. We can go ahead and put some shadows in his breasts. It's not every day I say those two words together. Go ahead, yeah, round out his androgynous Baphomet breasts. There we go. Not too masculine, not too feminine, just like so, in between. Just get the basic shapes, get the basic hand gestures, just like so. The Baphomet, it also wears sort of like a sort of yoga pants, which I find appropriate. These little drawstring pants, he's quite the freak. Underneath his breast, we're going to add the nipples in just a second. Don't get anxious. We never forget. There we go. Get a little Baphomet hoof. There we go. Little hoof. Yep, just like so. A little bit there. And again, we're going to add a little bit of hellish hellscape up at the top. So we'll fill this in later, but we want to get just some of the textures of hell. Just get that nice tone of hell. There we go. There we go. You may have seen some of these images on Nickelodeon or Disney. They're a little bit more cartoonish, but that's okay. Your style, you don't have to paint the way I paint. You don't have to paint the way anyone else paints. You can paint your own demonic entities the way you want to. You develop your own style, just like so. And that's what makes it special. That's what makes it special. There we go. Happy little goat. Happy little Baphomet. Happy with the Democratic Party. There we go. You may have seen this entity in your dreams or at the local Whole Foods. There we go. Just a friendly little goat. There we go. Keep adding hellish red like so. We want to really give the sense this is a dark, dark place, just like the world. Just like the world. It's a dark, dark upside down place. That's right. Yeah, it's starting to really come together. We're going to go ahead and paint a nice little picture of what happens 20 floors under the Getty. That's right. Definitely went to some parties I shouldn't have gone to. There we go. That's okay. You live and you learn. That's okay. That's what life is. Yeah, painting is just like life. You make a lot of mistakes in life, don't you? I know I did. But you keep adding, you keep changing, you buy new paint, and you try not to throw the canvas away, unless, of course, you live in Switzerland and you get in one of those self-deletion pods. Okay, all right. You want to make sure to keep that androgyny, kind of blur the lines. That's what the Baphomet's about. That's what the Baphomet is all about, is blurring the lines, changing the rules. Changing the rules. Here we go. Change the rules. There we go. Breaking boundaries. Destroying societies. Here we go. Just like so. Just like so. It's as simple as that. Just, if you want to destroy a society, just change their idea of what a woman is. Here we go. And there you have it, folks. Thanks for coming by. And always make sure to enjoy, enjoy. See you next time. Hold on a second. There we go. There's my camera. Oh, I got to bring that down. Sticker goal met. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed that a little bit. A little shout out to Bob Ross in Christo form. But I thought it was appropriate skit. I shot that like last year or something. But today's topic, that skit was appropriate for today's topic because I'm talking about vacuums. Not the little round ones. Not the automatic. Not a Dyson. I'm talking about ideological, political vacuums. And I was thinking about this, how atheism, progressivism, let's face it, relativism, never really acts toward anything. As we know, it's dysteleological, as Jay would say. Thank you. Yes, I agree with that. Extensively, I agree with that. That's right. It's not free. My time, my efforts, editing, it's not free. And I was looking at it from the view of like a foundation and a house. And if society, the operative society is the house with its parts, its rooms, its structure, its bones, the foundation is something not identical to the house, but is essential to the house. And that's obviously what we lay first when we build houses. When we build societies, there needs to be something adequate that's akin to a foundation, the same way a house, obviously. Now, it's pretty clear, most of my chat will understand this except for the minority of atheist goblinsburgs. It's pretty obvious that what builds societies is something that's assumed to be true and assumed to be something we should pursue. There's an ought in there. No societies are built based on the absence of some sort of towardness, an ought, a normative claim toward something. And yet, when naturalism, atheism, progressivism, and the rest of it peeks its ugly head in, it's always after something's built. It can't create. It destroys and borrows and perverts. It mimics. It never creates, though. But what happens when it does infest the house? When the mold starts, right? It's not always the case that the foundation is preserved. Sometimes they rip up the whole house. But in this case, the foundation is just usually, at least in the West, the foundation, if it was Christianity, it's not destroyed, it's painted rainbow colors. It's subverted. It's pissed on. Let's face it. It's pooped on. Shout out to Vagine. And so, but what does it leave? Like once the studs are removed, once the walls are removed, once there's no longer a roof or a protective layer to the elements, what do you have, right? Well, you have a vacuum. You have no more borders. You have no more boundaries. You have no more unspoken cultural norms that transcend law itself. You don't do that because we don't do that. It's not that you don't do that because it's illegal. It could be illegal, but it's something bigger than that. Yeah, we need a big industrial dehumidifier, yeah. So what's left, right? There's nothing they don't build it, right? They don't build anything. They destroy and then they invert, subvert, pervert. Bunch of perverts. Shout out to Marty Leeds. And so what happens is it becomes an open plain. It's broken down to at least its foundation, and then they call the foundation something else, but it's still there.
And then they don't even try to build anything on top of it, honestly. They like they're almost averse to building because there's nothing to build. And a perfect example of this, and we've seen a couple of debates in this topic, liberalism, feminism, progressivism, the way it votes, the way it thinks as an egregore, what it does operatively and legally is it creates a vacuum for another positive model. What I mean by that, for example, is Islam. If you look at it mechanically, liberalism and feminism and everything underneath it, egalitarianism, all of these nonsensical lies that are told, and people vote on the lie. What it does is it creates a people, a nation, that is now subject to its opposition, coincidentally. That's the kind of the irony of the liberal feminist being so suicidal in their empathy, in their piety, that they invite their own enemies. Now, it gets complicated because Islam is the enemy to good. It's demonic, but it's the enemy to a Christian society as well. It's counterintuitive. It's incompatible, no matter what Sneeko says. And the thing is, you have a tendency to reject Islam, of course, for good reasons. But the catfish of it all is you're sold this idea that you don't want Islam because it violates women's rights. See, it's a bit of a trick here. It's a bit of a trick that the people who call themselves conservatives, people like even someone like James Lindsay, his ilk, they give you this dichotomy where it's like, well, it's liberalism or Islam, and it's a false dichotomy. Oh, you want that? Look at these feminists. They're so silly. They're voting in patterns that invites Islam. Isn't that so silly? They're about women's liberation, but Islam goes against that. Isn't that funny, guys? And then thank you so much, Fajin, for that 20. And then you're pulled into this false dichotomy, and then you start operating, people in the West start operating under this false assumption that it's either protect liberalism or it's Islam, right? Rules the world. And it's just false. And it works, though. It works for these people. And it's an effect of this vacuum system that clears out and tries to rot away, tries to infest itself like mold in the pillars so they get weak. And then what you're left with is a clear slate. And then what happens when an ideology that has no capability of building, that it has nothing to build on, that there's no higher purpose for its existence, what happens when that clears out the thing that does have purpose and meaning? Well, it doesn't actually replace it. Something else positive replaces it. And I don't mean positive like good. I mean positive like there's a group of people with an in-group preference, an in-group set of norms, cultural norms, ideological norms, and they come in because there's a vacuum. It's the same way when, Hillary took out Gaddafi. It's the same kind of structure. And it's repetitive. It's cyclical. And so America in particular, but, all of Europe, Australia, we're all in the same kind of, we're at different stages, but the same kind of illness. And liberalism and, let's face it, atheism. It's really atheism. It's not just political liberalism. It's a worldview. Atheism plays the role as the cleaner right? That cleans away things so that other things can come in. But it never replaces what it's destroying, ever. It never replaces what it's destroying. And what a perfect scenario, for the devil to operate, so to speak, is to clear out what's Christian, what's good, what's beautiful, what's aesthetically pleasing, what is ordered, what requires sacrifice, what coheres, what makes a coherent, cohesive, working, larger organism called a society made up of individuals. When you clear that out, when you destroy it, like there's nothing more pleasing to opposition to Christianity to just simply leave it in chaos for any of the scavengers to crawl in, the creepy crawlers at night, to crawl in and take the place. And it's really unfortunate because so much of modern lowercase heterodox Christianity is so soft on this matter. They really do hold that liberty is above your duty, that rights are above duty, that having a liberal society is more important than a Christian society. And you see all the rhetoric, and you see all the devils, and you see all the wolves in sheep's clothing coming in saying they're, quote, Christian and advocating for all sorts of insane things, which their real theology is liberation theology. Their real value system is that everyone's liberated from constraint. And there's no society that operates for any amount of time that sustains itself under this assumption that the one main thing we should preserve above all is just people doing what they want. A society of wants. What is a society of wants other than a splintered, fractioned society? Necessarily so. A church. Can you imagine your parish, your local Orthodox parish? Can you imagine it operated from the view that people's personal wants is how you ought run a church? Can you imagine operating your family as a father or a mother based on the assumption that what matters is everyone's wants, your children's wants, your wants, your wife's wants, just wants? It's not confusing that societies fall apart as a result, as a symptom of this supposition, liberty above all, your personal liberties, right? Goblins like Ayn Rand, leeches, grotesque goblins that have infiltrated and continue to infiltrate unordered society, selling you this Faustian deal called pursue your own wants. What did she do? She wrote a couple of shitty books. She didn't live long enough to get her face fixed. Okay. Nothing else. And so if the vacuum is inevitable, what are the greatest threats from that view? If the vacuum is inevitable, if it's cleared out, if you become the minority, if someone else comes in, it's not going to be the progressive, empty, empathetic, mindless, useful idiots. It's not going to be the Professor Daves. It's not going to be these goblins who come into my chat. It's not going to be these people. And they seem to think it is. Oh, we're going to get to a point, that progressive atheist says, where religion is archaic and it's in the past. I can't wait. We're going to evolve past it, right? No. You're a lunatic and you're completely naive, and we can see it in real time. You're a useful idiot voting in patterns that replace Christianity, which is still superior, even though you don't believe in it. It's still superior to any alternative. You want an Indian society? Well, go to India and tell me you want that society. And tell me that society's, the outcome of that society is not informed by its ideology. You tell me that. Tell me you want society to look like San Francisco, all of it, to operate like that. Tell me you want society to look like Chicago, Baltimore. You tell me that. No. We know this isn't the case because guess what? All the blue people, where do they move? When the vacuum ensues and their life falls apart where they are, the structures fall apart, the order falls apart, there's no law. Where do they go? They go to the red places, the places with order and beauty and less crime and norms, right? But what you never see is a direct replacement when the atheists run amok and try to rot away the core of what's there. It's never replaced by what they have, because they have nothing. They're actually like their very worldview is against anything that's rigid toward anything. They don't have a towardness. They just say progress, right? That's what they think. Oh, we got progress away from those religious things. Well, they're going to see, and they're already seeing right now in real time, that the consequence of this position, which is a non-position, the consequence of a non-positive position on where to go, is that the groups that come in, they do point to a place to go. Islam does point to a place. That's very explicit. Jews today have a very explicit direction. Tikkun Olam is a very explicit ideological, theological position. Hindus, whatever it is, dude. The real war is between ideologies that have positive stances. Atheism says, we don't have a worldview. We're just taking we don't believe this stance. That's just a not this. That's a not this stance. That's how you know it's indicative of their position not having anything to go toward. It's not directional. And you can't sustain a society and a civilization with a non-directional view. So they're not even the real enemy, even though it's fun to pick on them. But they're not the active ontological enemy. They're the absence, which is perfect for them, right? Because it's like they deny God ultimately. They deny God. And so their privation and their ideology and the way they operate is completely consistent with being a privation. Whereas Islam, from a Christian view, could still be seen only from a Christian view to a movement away from God, but it still has a positive position. And it's active. It's not going to stop, you guys. Dearborn, Michigan, and places like that in the West are going to rapidly increase. And your atheist friends are not going to help. And by the way, your so-called lowercase Christian friends aren't helping either. And that's war. That's a type of war. And that's happening. That war is happening. And it's like people talk about demographic replacement, right? Because this is usually sort of talked about from like a Groyper lens or Joel Webbin or any of these guys. And descriptively, they're correct in at least just generally describing that that's a phenomenon. But the thing is, they make it more about just race only. And that might be very well important, that there's an element of race, generally speaking, that points to a way people operate. I am not saying it's deterministic, but it seems to be pretty correlative. I wouldn't say it's causal, but it's correlative. And so if there's such a thing as replacement of a demographic, which there is, just on the basis of ideology, there's a demographic change. That is a change in demographics. If you import an ideology wholesale, that's a change in demographic. But the thing is, what comes with inviting a demographic change is a cultural change. You got Mom Dami at town hall with a bunch of people kneeling and praying to a demon. That's a cultural change. Dearborn, Michigan is a cultural phenomenon. It's a change. It's a demographic change. And guess what, atheist dum-dums? You're importing an enemy to you as well. The irony is Christians and atheists share a common enemy in a sense. And atheists can't fight against it. They have no capacity, if they were to act consistent with their views, which is totally relativistic. They have no reason, they have no way to collectivize and say, we should not allow this. We shouldn't allow this. And it's beyond voting now. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you going to vote Muslims out of an established area like Dearborn, Michigan? Seriously. How are you going to do that? You're going to vote them out? Christianity is proto-lib. There is a telos, and it's letting the meek inherit the earth. It's so obvious. Well, proto-lib. You mean it's pre-liberal? I'm trying to understand what you're saying there. Nietzsche wrote about this. Well, yeah, like the death of God is just the absence of something that's positively held. And so what do? What the hell what the hell do you think is going to happen? It's already happening. It's a solution. Well, one immediate solution is, what's immediate in action is procreation. And the next step of procreation is you have to actually indoctrinate your children. I mean, it sounds crazy because everyone's like all like freaked out with the term indoctrination. But guess what? Guess what the same phenomenon is? If you don't, quote, teach your children a worldview and yoke them in that worldview and the life of that view, aka Orthodoxy, guess what happens? It's a vacuum. Oh, no, I don't want to teach my children anything. I want them to be a free spirit. Okay, cool. They're a sponge, by the way. Good luck with that one. So you have to reproduce yourself. First of all, Muslims are doing that. Atheists are not. Indians do that. Atheists don't. So they're not helping. And then the Christians, a lot of them are just like lackadaisical. They're just like, well, what's important is the Constitution. It's like, okay. It's important as the Constitution? Okay, cool. Well, how about state power? Yeah, that's important too. Okay, what happens when the state, let's say a small state is 70% Muslim? What happens when one of our small states in the U.S. is equivalent to London, to England, even? What happens then? What? It's fair. If you guys have seen all the debates, Andrew argues this every time he debates this topic, which is if you can vote based on your mindset, your ideology, your values, Christians can vote on theirs. But guess what? That's true. And guess what? So can Muslims. So it's like if you're going to operate in the system we have right now, you're limited essentially to the capacity to sort of vote your conscience into law. And that's what law is. Law is the actualization of your ideology. That's what law is, with force. But then you get all of these like squeamish, passive Christians going, well, no, I do believe we should have a Christian society, but passing laws based on my ideology, that's too far. Okay, what do you think's going to happen then? Thank you, Ozzy. Guess what? Guess who does the passing of laws based on their ideology? Guess who develops little cultural power blocks in certain areas? The people with the positive position, which in this case, Islam, the combination of atheism and Islam, the combination of feminism and Islam is a nasty, nasty little combination of gibbons. It's like one sort of begets the other. And they reproduce. Yeah, well, no. What happens is if you don't pass laws based on ideology, the only reason you pass laws is based on your proclivities. And that would be individualism. So that's kind of where we're at. Everybody, look at the household. The introduction of not only every man voting, but every person who's an adult voting in the household, it splits the household's voice, the mind of the voice of the house. It splits it. Now, imagine splitting the mind of the church into individualistic proclivities and preferences. So people prefer things, and they could prefer things maybe without their ethical position, which is even worse. It's just flimsy. It's like voting on what to eat. Could change on Tuesday or Thursday. Could change from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. So that's the alternative, is just mere preferences. And everyone's, who defends liberalism, even from the conservative brand of it, the Ben Shapiro brand, what do you think you get, dude? You get a society that's splintered into atoms, and the atoms all, grow their own apple tree. And they're like, I want this, I want that. Well, what do you want? I want this. Well, what do you want? Well, I like this. I want this. I want stuff. You want stuff. It's like, okay, well, now you have to collectivize. You got to get a bunch of based Christians who want to make children reproduce their ideology, and you got to get them to want to impose their ideology through legislation. I'm not hearing any solutions. I just told you the solution. Reproduce is an immediate solution, and indoctrinating your kids into your ideology through church. Reproduce, because if you're going to do voting and if you're going to do territory gain, guess what occupies territory? Bodies of people. Makes you feel like you're listening to a woman? You're obviously not listening. Did you reproduce yet? Watch this. Watch this.
Emoji, fire emoji.
Hey,
The head
Jez.
of the serpent has already been crushed beneath his heel. We too can conquer the evil that is spreading. We literally have the King of Kings backing us. We won't be so easily defeated, as our master has already won. Fuck pagans. Fuck demons and heretics. Come home. Okay, but
Thank
don't
you.
literally fuck pagans and
That's
demons.
yeah, don't do
People.
that. That's right.
Giovanni.
Thank you, Giovanni. Jez Heck, do you have any children yet? You got any children? I always find it so funny when atheist parents say that they don't want to indoctrinate their children like Christian parents do. Yeah, it's hilarious. That's like the funniest part of it, is like they're like top tier. And they're honestly, you could learn from them, not what they're teaching, but how they do it. They've taken the school system. The Christian's like, well, yeah, no, I believe in Christianity. I just wouldn't want to impose that in a school setting. Okay, dum-dum. From what lens is it important to go to school then? If it's not through a Christian paradigm that you learn, the reason you learn has a direction toward learning. From a Christian paradigm, it has a direction. From a non-Christian paradigm, there's no direction of learning. Why are kids... I mean, the combination of like technology, fast-moving pace, bits of information, the outdated system of sitting in a classroom and looking at a blue-haired dude with a dress teaching your kids in long form, right? Obviously, it's incompatible with the speed of our culture right now. But the thing is that's also missing, that was there even from a general Protestant view, which was there, was that you're learning, which is true of the entire scientific establishment, by the way. All of science and its development was through the lens of creation, was through the lens of a created world. That a discoverable world was possible, intelligible. In a sense, God giving us a type of scavenger hunt. That makes sense. You take that away, you have no reason. You have no reason to learn. And kids are they're understanding this. They have no reason to exist. They're told that they're evolved pond scum. They're told that life is meaningless. It's an accident. They're taught this. It's taught. This is taught. This is the entailment of what they teach. And you wonder why kids are depressed. They're in some sort of existential crisis. There's no guardrails. They're playing a game they don't know the rules of. And children want rules. Even though they rebel against rules, they want rules. And guess what? Back to the vacuum. When you move out rules, it's impossible to maintain the identity of a place, of a nation, of a society without rules. So the rules never go away. You never get anarchy. In fact, anarchy, if you implemented it, it would be a performative contradiction immediately, because you would have to defend anarchy. You would have to actually actively keep anarchy, which would require order, and then order would require power, and so forth. And so you never clear out the rules. The question is, whose rules? That's always been the debate. And it's unfortunate that's still in politics today. The very clear question, and the only important question, is not whether there's a gun, not whether or not there's the force. It's whose worldview informs the use of force. The force never goes away. It's just either in a vacuum state where it's flooded in with opposition, or it's not. That's it. You can't escape this. This is why the force doctrine thing that Andrew sort of paved the way as the focus is such an essential part of the next step, because if everyone agrees who's honest, the atheist, the secularist, the Hindu, the Muslim, if we all agree that societies are informed by ideology and societies are kept by force, it's a very obvious thing we all have to confront here. Okay? Who gets to hold the gun? Who gets to do it? Do you want that? Do you want that opportunity? Do you want that obligation? Well, the problem is these soft Christians, they're not real Christians, but they're, colloquially, they are like, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. I do want a Christian household that's based. Okay, how about a Christian neighborhood? Yeah, no, that's too. That's based too. Okay, in your Christian neighborhood, being that it's a Christian neighborhood, are there things that you would make very impossible, nearly impossible to happen in your neighborhood? Just by social pressure, not even by law, but just if you could law, but social pressure. Oh, yeah. Public indecency, nudity, this kind of stuff. Okay, cool. So do you want that only at the town level? Or why do you want that for your town or your house or your school, but you don't want it for your city? Well, I guess that would be good for the city. Okay. Would you do that at the city level? Well, I guess maybe. Yeah. Okay, cool. How about the state level? Well, that gets me a little bit fidgety. But I guess, yeah, no, if I had the capacity, maybe that would be good. A Christian state. That would be cool. I would probably, would Christians move to a state that was primarily Christian? Would they want that? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, cool. Now expand that to the nation. No. Now you've gone too far. Since I answered, I have two questions. What? Since I answered that, I have two kids. Both are being raised religiously. Can you connect the dots? How it undoes Dearborn? It doesn't undo it. It competes with it. No one said you undo it. You're not listening, dude. No one said you undo Dearborn. You have to compete with it. You have to outcompete it. How are you going to outcompete Muslims? By the way, even two kids, you're already losing. Ozzy says, I don't have children, but I'm getting ready to propose from my ignorant position. I feel like it's my duty to destroy my individualistic identity and assume the identity of the family unit I'm creating. God bless you. Absolutely. And the church, Ozzy, is going to be that context. Your family is an extension of the church. And when you get that deeply ingrained, you realize, oh, the multiplying of the body, like, we're not told to be fruitful and multiply because of our own preferences, because it feels good and it's like, oh, it's really lovely to have birthdays and t-ball. It's that it multiplies the body of God. It multiplies it in the world. And so you don't have it left on your shoulders anymore. You have your Christian deontology, Ozzy, but it's no longer defined by you, the guy. You're an extension now. And so it's a much more powerful position to be in than the weight of the world of you having preferences and ideas and being like, dude, I'm just a tiny speck identity. I'm an atomistic, tiny identity trying to multiply what I think is good. This is daunting. Joined a bit late, felt compelled to send a super chat. Thank you so much, Jim Bob Ross bit. Yes, I did definitely deserve a tip for that Ross bit. I'll be doing a lot more shot stuff. That's something I haven't really even touched it. I mean, I've dabbled. The music has come along a bit, but the skits and stuff, pre-shot skits, edited, haven't really put any full effort into it yet. So, B-type guy, every form of identity has expectations attached to it. Christian American man, yes. Removal of these identities leaves hedonism. Yeah, and it leaves a blank space which other positive positions come in. Even if you don't agree with them, that's your real competition, is the other positive positions. That's it. The other positive positions you got to look at. Now, it's fun to have the atheists, animals. they think they're animals as the enemy, superficially, like fodder. But they don't really make anything. They just make vacuums. That's what they do. They make absence. They create absence. They create cavities. They're like cavities in teeth. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what they do. They carve out emptiness, and then the emptiness gets filled in with the opposition of Christianity. So they play a type of a part, but they're kind of useful idiots about it. Like, look at all of them. Look at all these channels I interact with. They have no idea how they're contributing to the mass migration of completely oppositional ideology like Islam to them. Completely. They don't feel it as much because they're like, well, no, they're still a minority. Don't worry about it. Well, the real problem is the white people. The white Christians are the real scary problem. Okay, you've seen nothing. You think the white Christians are the problem? You think we're scary? You think we're the scary ones? Oh, you have no idea. When those deformed, dysgenic, cube-worshipping sand Mormons come in, the moment they get 70% majority, this is like the way things are going. I don't know, 70 years, the way things are going. If nothing else changes, 70 years, 100 years maybe. Oh, man. Their little, like, smile. Brother, I live with you, brother. Brother, I just live with you. No, we live in America. We both like the mall. Brother, we love the mall. No. No. You're naive. You're silly. You're walking into your own death trap. But they don't care. This is the problem. The materialist only has a context for living that's now for when they're alive. They don't care what happens when they're dead. They don't they don't think about that. They don't need to think about that. There's nothing under their worldview that would tell them to even think about that for any reason. The atheist, it wouldn't make sense back in the day when they were building cathedrals that took 150 years to build, requiring men to build sections of this cathedral that they would never see the fruits of ever in their lifetime. No real personal gratification, immediate gratification. Nothing. They don't have that. Now imagine an atheist participating. There would be no reason. Something greater than their own experience? What is that? And so that's another element of why it's an absence of building something bigger than your life toward something bigger than your life, being a part of something bigger than your life. Being a part of something bigger than your life immediately puts you in a position to operate in your life outside of the context of you seeing any results in your life. It's toward something, it's toward a cathedral you won't see. You won't see it. It's not even like, well, I might see it. No, you won't see it. You won't. Isn't worrying about race materialist? It could be, but there's an element of race. If you mean race like peoples, then no, because nations, you could say a race is like a people's, a nation, and the compatibility. There's a reason people are drawn toward people they look like, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not a worry. It's a concern. I think that's the difference. Not all concern is worry. Concerning about race could be a very real thing. For instance, Japanese. I don't think it's materialistic for them to hold on to and defend their identity as Japanese people in a Japanese nation, a nation that is that you couldn't possibly separate the people, the race, from the identity of the nation, of what the nation is. It's Japanese. So no, I think it's the opposite if we take the Japanese example, because if you thought you wanted to visit Japan, do you want to visit a Japan that's completely diluted of Japanese culture, that you're not even getting Japanese culture, you're getting Angolan culture, you're getting South American, like the reason you value even temporarily the experience of said culture is because it's isolated and preserved. That's what you're experiencing, preserved culture. Would it be preserved if you swapped out every Japanese person with someone from Somalia? Even if they figured out...
certainly points in a direction, usually towards 9-year-olds or
That's
their
right.
sisters/wives.
That's right, Vagine. But you don't have much to... You can't really talk much, Vagine, because your culture... I mean, at least Muslim people figured out how to... Well, I can't say they figured out plumbing either. Sorry. Never mind. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So even if the Somalian figured out how to kind of wrap sushi properly, no. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. So you actually forfeit. This idea of diversity is kind of coincidentally oppositional to preserving cultures as identities. which is wild. Like the best way to preserve different cultures as they exist, separate, right? Segregated cultures. The best way to preserve them such that you could even, if you wanted to, enjoy their food or just kind of see how they live, but you don't accept how they live. You see how they live. And maybe there's topical things that you're like, oh, that's cool. Cool. They have a cool way of building stuff. I like that food. I like this, whatever. But the thing is, like, if someone says they want to preserve that, the worst way to preserve that is to flood it with opposition and diversity. That's the worst way to keep that going. In fact, that's a warfare technique. That's historically been a warfare technique, is to breed people out. If we cannot smoke them out, we'll breed them out. You can call me a soft Christian, but I do support a Christian theocracy if it's not anti-science, but they can do anything else. Well, that's fair enough. I mean, that just assumes that there's something called proper science, right? Right now, you're in an anti-science regime. Secularism is anti-science. I mean, look where it leads you. This is the thing. Science needs to be guided by philosophy. That's why philosophy of science is taken before science. But if you reject universals and you reject all sorts of absolute universal things that are the case, and everything could be changed by language, mere language definitionally change things, we're already off the track, dude. Christianity as a worldview, even a softened view of it, even a deistic even something more even leading toward deistic is more coherent in pursuit of science than pure naturalism. So we're already anti-science now, dude. People believe in evolution, dude. The least scientific thing that I could list. Evolution. Thoughts on Ubi? I've seen him debate. He seems like a pretty knowledgeable guy. Other than that, I've never really put the time in. Science fiction, he loves his fantasy. Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like people believe it's scientific to say you came from a fish. The people believe that's science now. That's what they believe. That's crazy. They came from a fish. Society needs men that plant trees, in the shade of which they will never sit in, and the fruit they will never eat. Absolutely, man. Yep. Would you rather visit fully Japanese Japan or Christian Japan? Well, that's what's unique about Orthodoxy, is that Orthodoxy takes the parts of culture that it could baptize, that it could consecrate. And the parts that are incompatible, there might be some theological things. I don't know. What are they? I don't even know. Do they even have a lingering theology there? Some crappy one? I don't even know. But when you say Japanese Japan or Christian Japan, you could have Orthodoxy in Japan and not really change the identity and culture, generally speaking, of Japan. That's what's beautiful about Orthodoxy, which means you can hold an Orthodox position and maintain segregated cultural, ethnic identities. It's totally doable. And this is the question that sort of went unchecked during Martin Luther King Jr.'s little, orchestrated performance, written and directed not by him at all.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Which is this idea that you're supposed to assimilate. You're supposed to mingle everything together. Because we're all humans. We're all citizens of the world. And it's like, no, that's not true. Not even close. That's not true. You're not supposed to, just because we're all human, a human nature. Even from the Christian position, we're all made in God's image. It's not that doesn't affirm that you're supposed to mix cultures together. That doesn't follow. But people think that follows sometimes. They're like, well, we're all human. We all have blood. We have the same blood, bro. Let's all move together. It's like, no, that doesn't work. There's a pragmatic element of even language itself. Look at Africa. They're all black, mostly, and yet there's 2,500 different indiscernible dialects of speaking that causes an unseen, unprecedented amount of conflict. Listening at work, God bless you all. Thank you so much, Chase. That's what's so weird. Oh, we could all live together in harmony. Oh, I'm sorry. Incompatible languages alone, in addition to cultural norms, how you do things, how you open a door, how you approach someone older than you, how do you talk to someone younger, all of these things, if they're incompatible, how do you live in harmony with incompatibility? That doesn't even make any sense. Well, because we're all shaped the same. That's why. Look, we all have eyes and noses and ears and mouths, and we breathe, and we all pump the same blood. So, therefore, let's turn civilization in the world into a gray sludge. No. Even biblically, nations exist. There's something powerful about God judging the nations. It forces the individual out of his individualistic lens of like this enlightenment approach to judgment. It means that there's distinct entities and bodies, the collection of individuals into a whole that are all responsible. No, but I'm an individual. I mean, I get my own seat at the table. It's like so silly. It's completely silly. So, if you don't want a vacuum, you have to fill the space. You have to keep building the space. You're up against the absence of material, basically. You're up against the clearing out of places. Every time a building isn't built that's in the name of, with the aesthetic and the purpose of representing Christianity, every time that happens, that's a space that's taken. Every time a town is bought up by a group of Indians, outright cash, that's one location that's taken up in your nation that's not Christian. Every Dearborn, Michigan that populates itself, that's one more physical space that's not Christian. Well, that's true. That's true. Well put, Stanglia. Yeah. Bagels too. Yeah, bagels too. Yeah. And this is guys, this is true for government. Every seat that's taken in a government position that's not holding and representing your view of ethics, your view of morality, your view of the relationship between your theology, your church, and how it informs law, someone else takes it. Someone else does it. What do you think's going to happen? Oh, no, I'm fine with that. I'm just going to sit in my home. And then you get what did we get the last, 100 years? Oh, no, I'm really rigorous and very strong in my faith. I just keep it in my house only. I let the world out there dissolve into a putrid mass of gray matter. But, that's the thing. I don't want to impose my views on the place that I exist in. That's too much. Once I leave my house, no longer Christian, essentially. You would never know. Like, they think that's like a badge of honor, these people. And by these people, a huge sect of modern men who call themselves Christians are like, they think it's a badge of honor that you would just never know. Oh, you would never know you're a Christian. Yeah, isn't that cool? Like, I am like so Christian in my private life, but when I go out in the world and everything I do in the world, you would never know. And that's how I think it should be. Okay. Notice that the Muslims don't agree with you? Do you notice in New York City when they block off entire streets and they're bowing to some sort of butthole thing? You know, so they're not hiding that they're Muslim. You ever see the videos of them trampling on each other to rub a greasy wax butthole looking thing in the town square? You notice how they're not like, brother, I am Muslim privately. Tactless. No. We don't do that in public. Yeah, they do. Please pray for the victims of the new pew pew going on right now near me in Michigan. Oh man. Well, see that's not going to stop either. But yeah, indeed. Josiah, thank you so much. $10. We Christians so often seem to almost apologize for being Christian. We keep choosing not just to act in the world, but we also take on its worldliness. Lent is an opportunity to reset prayerfully. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, you see it all the time. I mean, you saw it. That was one of my critiques, the energy of that conversation between Jonathan Pajou. I don't know what. No, the other guy, sorry. Rationality Rules and that other dude. He was like, I apologize. Christianity has just been such a dominant force. And, you know, it's like Christianity is like the man on the train who spreads his legs and takes up more space than he needs to. And, you know, Christianity need to just close their legs and let some room for some opposition. We got to create some room for our enemies, okay? We need to give them a block of a boulevard. Let's give them a church. I'm raising money to give pagan, satanic diddlers one of our buildings. Then will you forgive us for being Christian? That's a skit right there. Can you react to the Obama library design? Oh no. It's definitely relevant. Look, architecture too. Don't even get me started on aesthetics. Do I even need to make the case to you guys about aesthetics? As the current aesthetics of society is the result of a vacuum that happened and something replaced the aesthetics that once were? Of course. Materialism, consumerism, and guess what? The Muslims are going to start adding their aesthetic. You know what's also aesthetic? Language, like how things are written. There is an aesthetic element that contributes to where you are and what you are, what's around you, the way you see things outside. So something as simple as street signs, which you're going to see the increasing swapping of languages on street signs, the more Islam takes over places in the United States, you're going to necessarily, it's just a consequence, you're going to see different language street signs. You're going to see a bunch of things you don't understand. You're in another country. How do you know you're in another country, aside from the idea of a border? How do you know?
Jim Bob, if I take multiple showers and inquire into orthodoxy, am I allowed to be part of your society? This speaking gig isn't cutting it anymore. I don't
No.
get paid enough for this.
No, I don't think so, personally. You know, there's like exceptions to the rule, but generally speaking, I don't think so. From my perspective, I don't want you. I don't want you here, Vagine. I don't want you people here. Thanks for the quality monologue. You're welcome, Provo. The monologue king right there. Provo. He's a monologue maniac. So, in closing for the monologue, you're up against people who want to fill a vacuum. And the people who make the vacuum, you're also up against. So, it's a tough game, okay? I'm not saying it's easy. It's simple in its analysis. It's not easy. It's not an easy solution. It's a multi-generational solution. It's like 100 years or more of a solution. It's a cathedral. And so, how do you build a cathedral? You got to make bricks. Maybe the bricks are your kids. Make some bricks. Put them in the place. Put them in the church. Make some bricks. Add it to the church foundation. Make something beautiful. Learn iconography. Become a deacon. Become a priest. If you have money, buy up buildings. Make them Orthodox. Whatever. It's like add to the aesthetic of society. Reflect values out there in the world however you can do it. We all have different gifts. We all have different resources levels. We all have different amounts of money that we have and don't have. In any way, but the thing is, what you can't do is just be on the fence watching the game be played. You can't just watch the game be played, even if you're a really good commentator. Even if you're the best commentator ever. If you're watching the game being played and you know you're losing and you know why you're losing, you gotta make stuff. You gotta do stuff. We can't do anything, dude. This has been all prophesized. Nothing happens. That's conflating a bunch of things, dude. And that's nihilism and predeterminism, dude. See, this doesn't help. We can't do anything. You can't do anything? Then why'd you say that? We can't do anything? We're called to do nothing. Okay. Everybody. All right, wrap it up, y'all. It's over. Wrap it up. Because God's providence is real, there's nothing you can do. So wrap it up. No laws. Nothing. There you go. Wrap it up, guys. Everything I just said, I'll delete the stream. Don't worry about it. I'll make it an ortho energy. Yeah, the divine energy drink. Yeah. If that wasn't tactless to do, whoever made that joke, I would totally do a response video to Bryce. I don't even think it's that bad, though. Do you guys... Show's over. Yeah. Clean it up. I feel like that's something you have to ask permission from. But then again, it's like the person you ask for permission or like just to get an insight on it might not even get how funny that is. It is funny. I don't know if it's blasphemous. But it's like, how can it be such a perfect pun? Like, there's never been a better pun in response to something like this where Bryce is making Christian energy drinks and Orthodox come out with a competitive drink. But to show how silly it is. That's the whole point. To show how insanely dumb it is. But people might misrepresent it and be like, what are you doing, dude? Yeah, I kind of go with that. Don't chance it. Game over, man. Game over. It's over, you guys. Being excellent personally is the best. I agree with that. In person, how you are with people in person. Here she comes again. With her
Gem
pleading.
blog. I too enjoy monologues. Every morning when I wake up, I go into the street and drop a big monologue there.
You're
Sometimes two,
disgusting.
which is a dialogue.
You're so disgusting, Vagine. I pray for you. I pray for you and your people. Jesus knew the prophecies. He still did all the things. Yep. The Great Commission, there was no point in that. When we're told to hold steadfast to the traditions, don't. No. No. Wrap it up. Wrap it up, folks. Well, wrap it up, folks. Anyway, I hope most of that landed. It's not about blackpilling, it's the opposite. It's about building. It's about taking action, even though you'll never see the cathedral. In fact, in the action itself, the very practice toward it itself would be edifying. Yeah, Porky Pig theology. Yep. That's all, folks. That's all, folks. We are necessitarians. The prophecies aren't required to happen no matter what. Christ could arrive at any moment. Nobody knows when. The prophecies are for a call to repentance. Thank you for that. Now, I will say, just to be the most charitable to whatever his name was, Make a Don or whatever, is that you don't want to fall into like some sort of legalism or some utility, just pure utility, where you're moving things around in society, right? Oh, you're trying to organize the right game, put the pieces all in the right places on the gamepad, and then you could plant your flag and say you won. That's not what I'm saying. So the most charitable approach I could take to that guy's statement about, everything's, downstream from the will of God, of course. But we have secondary causality. We have obligations, regardless of whether or not it's true. God's providence is in effect. It doesn't change the fact that we have obligations. Very much enjoying hearing what you have to say. Blessed to have found your channel. Thank you so much for that big $10, Natalie. Appreciate you. Everyone wants to be Fuentes. I don't know about that. Fuentes is childless without a wife or a legacy. I don't know who wants to be Fuentes. I mean, people want to be Kanye. People want to be all sorts of people. I don't want spaghetti hands. Nick's thumbs aren't natural. Well, he's admittedly dysgenic, right? So, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, he kind of tells you. Unhit Bone Fiverr, thank you so much. Adding to the third goal. The entire argument is Calvinism. Yeah, there's nothing, even doing something good, it's not you doing it. It's God use you as a puppet. Did you happen to come from Pastor Leeds? Dude, Pastor Leeds is losing it, dude. The dude has lost it. I think he did like 19 posts about me in about 7 days or something crazy. Oh, did you guys see? Finally, Digital Gnosis, Nathan Ormond is his name, is getting more recognition for a terrible thing, which is, you saw the clip that I actually had to edit just in case, making massive threats against Konstantin Kisin And if you guys remember, he's the guy I debated on the Crucible years ago, where he took off his shirt midstream and tried to fight the chat with his shirt off. He's a real whack job. He used to be on Pine Creek a lot, right? He's a philosopher, sophist guy. He's got some problems though, and now that's the thing. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's talking about him. He's like the fixture of a sort of a sub, a smaller community of people reporting on this is the whack job progressive who wants to get rid of Mr. Konstantin Kisin, which is funny. Like, speaking of the topic, can you imagine looking at the world in such a way where you think Konstantin Kisin is one of the major, obstacles? Doesn't that tell you so much about someone's view? Like, if you look at Konstantin Kisin, you're like, oh my God, this guy's going to be a problem. This guy's going to be a real problem. Like, that's a red flag in itself. Forget the threats, which, that goes without saying, but the red flag is that you think he's like someone that needs to be dealt with is wild, dude. Yeah, his YouTube was deleted. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he got the attention. He got the hug from his dad. Mindshift. Is that the redhead guy? He used large black arrest rates as evidence of racial. Oh my gosh, yeah. That's the ginger guy, right? Mindshift. Yeah, he's insufferable. Why wouldn't you think he was a leftist? I mean, not all atheists are leftists, but like, I don't know. Unless they're not speaking about it, maybe, which is the case. They're just afraid to. There's probably a lot of covert sort of centrist, right-leaning politically. They just don't believe in God. Atheists, secularists who are just not woke like that. I think they're going to get louder too. The more crazy these leftists get, the louder the silent center right-leaning atheists are going to get. So, what was I going to look at? What the hell was I? I was about to look at something. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Marty Leeds. The dude's losing it. He's absolutely losing it. He just wrote this. This is the craziest thing, dude. Listen to the logic of this guy. He made a post about St. Irenaeus, and you're like, why is this on his mind? You know what I mean? Like, you wonder, why is it on the mind of Marty Leeds to bring up Irenaeus? Like, what you thinking about, Marty? Are you trying to still justify your crappy Gnostic worldview by appealing to people who rejected it? It's kind of bizarre. It makes you think like, oh, you still are looking for validation, historically speaking, even though you reject the historical church. You are still looking for, you want approval from it. You want it to align with the church. You're like, why? You reject the church. Why do you want it aligned with the church if you reject the church? So, who knows? You know what? Who knows? Crazier things have happened. Maybe this is the beginning of Marty Leeds' conversion. What do I know? But anyway, this is what it's looking like, right? He posts, St. Irenaeus, the guy credited with disproving Gnosticism, used gematria and viewed the number 666 as a specifically demonic thing. And he wrote, and he did a ChatGPT, obviously, question here. Yes, St. Irenaeus of Lyons wrote about gematria. So you see how he equivocates so quickly? As if if you find someone wrote about something, that means they affirm it? What? What are you talking about? As if someone references the importance of numbers at all in any way, that numbers have meaning. If there's any numbers that convey meaning, therefore you support Gnosticism, dude, this is so bad. This is real bad stuff. Nasty, nasty little Gnostic. Nasty little guy. It's just low tier, but I always look at this, I'm fascinated why, like, what drives this guy? And he posts everybody, he tags Jay, Patristic Faith, The Crucible. What is he thirsty for, dude? What is he up to? I think he just wants some recognition. You're not going to get it, Marty. You're not going to get it. It's funny, when you enter into Orthodoxy, recognition is like something you step back from. In fact, that's part of the thing that almost gets ongoingly healed, is that when you go into a divine liturgy, you're lowering yourself. The last thing on your mind is if you're right about something. The last thing on your mind is, will someone accredit me for my take? The last thing on your mind is likes or shares. The last thing on your mind is, I'm the authority. Complete dissolving of that. Not a complete dissolving, but, the intended dissolving or lowering of those impulses. What do you think of Tucker's monologues of the Iran war? I didn't see it. I'm not versed enough in geopolitics or politics even in general to give you guys an adequate take other than just making fun of them and impersonating him. But people are really slugging it out with him. They're like, they're turning Tucker Carlson into like some sort of like massive enemy. I don't know. I wish he would interview more comical people. Like I think it would behoove him to invite Candy Owens to his little cabin. That would be great. That would if that was a live stream, I know he pre-records his stuff, but if there was a live interview between Tucky and Candy, and you called it Tucky and Candy Reunite, better than any pay-per-view boxing match. Just think he's a heretic and a liar. Well, yeah, he doesn't have a real adequate position to stand in. He kind of knows that orthodoxy is something you can't really avoid, but he's capable of avoiding it, like performatively. He knows it's a problem. He knows that dispensational is a problem. But the thing is, what's weird about Tucky is when he fights against these people in these interviews, whether it's an in-person interview with Ted Cruz or he's doing a hit piece on Mike Huckabee or any of these other people who are running this Darby nonsense, he can state that they're wrong about Israel, but he's not a part of the authoritative position to actually hold the claim. Because if you say Israel, true Israel is the church and not the nation state, then you've necessitated a narrow view of what the church is. And so that's why it's problematic. This is why people are having so much trouble arguing against Zionism. Sorry, guys. It's just a necessary condition. Like, you cannot argue against Zionism from a Christian position, but hold some non-denominational or some sort of, sect, some modern sect of Christianity. You can't adequately do it Because in order to say that the 1948 Husqvarna Agreement, nation-state Israel, is not the biblical Israel, you need the biblical Israel. And you're like, well, no, that's just anybody who thinks they're a part of Christ's church, right? You mean like any, people in Israel? Like they could say that too. When will Christians come to terms with the fact that Christ was the first liberal and that they've been worshiping Redditology for centuries? I wouldn't say Christ was a liberal. That would be, not only that would be a word concept fallacy, but he wasn't liberal. You can't be liberal and call people to repentance. That is to say, you are to seek a narrow path. Follow me, a narrow path. That's not liberal. That means that you're isolating behavior to a narrow path. That's not liberal. It's not liberal to narrow your path. Totally opposite. Jumbo in the afternoon. What? Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. Nonsense. Nonsense. Yeah, it's not even a term, the idea. In fact, most of humanity, you didn't even have the luxury of being liberal. And any place that you point to something similar to liberalism, which is some sort of hedonism, would be at the peak of civilization. It would require luxury. You can't live in a unique alternative lifestyle unless all of your other needs are met, and you get to do that by choice. But when there's no choice and the world is rough and the bread is not plentiful and the water is a bit dirty and you can't bathe and you have no capacity to heal an infection and so forth, guess what goes out the window? Your concept of unique conventional liberalism, It's all just same thing with feminism, same thing with pronouns and all this stuff. These are all just fixtures of modernity. As I put it, concerns that go away with food shortages. You think someone's worried about a pronoun of the girl or guy who's about to get hit by a bomb? Save her. It's he, him. It's they, theirs. Save it. Watch out. I bought Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future yesterday. I'm oddly almost nervous to start reading it. I don't read in the form of books nearly enough. Yeah, me either. I usually do audio, but I'm trying to work against that. That one is something I listen to, though. Thank you for that super chat, y'all. 7 minutes for more, y'all. Maybe we'll take a look at something more fun. Fun? Joe? Oh, hey, look, Old Balls. Hey, Old Balls. Old Balls is always commenting. They're still trying to figure out evolution, these people. It's wild. Anywho, let me see. Let me see what we got on the... What do we got in the news? What do we got in the news? The Art of Debating with Jay Dyer. That's cool. 5 p.m. on No Fugazi podcast. Let's say these. That's not it. Alchemy of Earth. Ooh, these are always fun. This is always fun for me. Oh, yeah.
I
love this New Age stuff.
learn and still adhere to, but I've interjected a lot of other technologies too, like pure sound waves and things.
Of course.
And you can see the difference when you cut to the chase and use the etheric mechanism in more intensified ways. With some of the new ways, I think that alchemy can be brought up to more of a modernized level without bastardizing the old principles in the first place. But the orgone meter is a fantastic instrument, and in the industry, people are still using it, which I like to use spectrometry and things, infrared and ultraviolet, and it all has its place. Mass spectrometry, where you can see certain things on another level, but the orgone meter is the only thing that really measures the life force, the prana, and it's a phenomenal thing. With Moshe.
So you're wearing red thongs. So I'm trying to translate this.
I originally connected with him because I worked with a gentleman in Australia who you're probably familiar with, who created the Silver Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've got one here.
Yeah, these people. That's right. Yeah, the deadness is pretty obvious. This is like a subset of Gnosticism. These people, Alpha Vedic. I've roasted these streams in the past, and it's really fun. Because everything is just more deeper descriptions of nature, and they act like they're so, like, spiritual about it, but when you press them on it, everything reduces to material. Every single thing. It's energy, it's fractals, it's prana, it's this and that, and it's like, it's always the same thing with these people. You just press them and it comes down to strict materialism.
Here, and
you say that listening to audiobooks is something you are trying to work against? No, not against. I'm just trying to work against my difficulty of picking up a book and reading it. No, it's not. No, I'm pro audiobooks. If there's something else that you can gain from reading, which there might be from the act of reading, what I'm saying is I'm not working against audiobooks. I'm working against my I'm averse to sitting for long periods of time and like doing this. Like I'm always trying to make something and do something. That's what it is.
For people that don't know what that is, it's and just to help you understand what Topher was talking about, although yours was more related.
Oh yeah, I want to know what Topher's talking about.
Mechanics for
this guy,
for your vehicle, but
gardening.
Dude, I've never seen someone so closeted in my entire life.
I didn't as a young man. Like I was out chasing girls and stuff, but
you were not chasing girls. I don't believe you. What a perfect spot to play. I just rewound it just randomly. But stop. You think anyone believes you when you say that? Are you kidding me? You kidding me? Let's hear it again. That was great.
The environment. They weaponize the environment against the social engineers. Weaponize the environment.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And to me directly, and it hurt because I always felt like a real connection. I mean, my dad's last name, like my last name is Gardner, and my dad liked gardening. I didn't as a young man. Like I was out chasing girls and stuff, but
I didn't like it at all as a young man. I was out chasing girls. You kidding me? I said, Dad, I'm not doing any of that stuff. I'm going to be chasing those girls. Yeah, right.
But like watching my...
No. No way, dude. You were chasing girls to get their clothing from them, maybe. They're all, oh, you're trying to take my clothing off? And he's like, yeah. That one is fab. That one's fab. This is the dude who drinks his piss. Yeah, he tells everybody to drink piss.
My dad would relax by gardening.
This guy has it down. He literally packages char, so he burns organic material, so it gets down to the charcoal, and he smushes it up, and he bags it, and he sells it to people, and he romanticizes it as if nobody, like everyone can do that. And he's like, no, this is a special charcoal. I pissed on it. Whoopee, yeah, Whoopee.
My
This
stepmother,
is Whoopee.
she was from Thailand, so we grew lychee nut and long.
Your stepmother was the dude.
Again, we lived in South Florida, so we had all these crazy hot
it's a
pepper
total
trees
scam.
and grew papaya. And like, so I grew up with tropical fare. And in my family, like I had chores, like I had to go mulch the fruit trees. I had to go compost things, there was just like, but it wasn't like gardening was my thing. But the one thing in South Florida that was very evident was that there's no carbon there either. The ground there is sand. So we were always composting and mulching to.
It really hurts me to rip this guy apart because he's like good spirited. You know what I mean? Like he seems like nice. Like he's nice to people. He's nicer to people than I am. But there's something so misleading about what he does and all of this like magic earth stuff that it's like, who cares?
To like build the carbon up
You guys you're taking people, dude. You're taking them for a ride
in the ground. We were just there last week, and it's the same thing. Like I go out into my parents' yard, and it's like that's all sand or building pad. There's like no carbon there. So for me, it just makes sense. Right. Like
yeah, it's like if I got a hairdresser and they were just like super flaming and they did a good job with my hair. It wouldn't be like, okay, it's okay. What you do is okay.
It also made sense from an economic perspective that I saw that they all what I see the modus operandi of the enemy of humanity is whatever it's telling you is terrible, it is cornering the market for profit. So what I mean by that, it's like, okay, carbon's the enemy.
Who is this womanizer? Yeah, he's a womanizer. This guy's a womanizer.
We got to get rid of carbon, but at the same time, they make carbon credits to make an incredible amount of money on.
You would never let a man cut your hair. Why? I mean, there are old school barbers who cut your hair and give you a shave. I bet it's better than a woman yapping. Honestly, dude, you'll hear a year's worth of their personal life. You never get that from a dude. I mean, maybe the gay dudes though. Yeah, they yap too, but still. There are some masculine barbers who cut hair and shape faces and stuff for sure. Right on time for your taxes. Thank you for paying your taxes.
And so me being somewhat of a contrarian, I was like, oh, okay. You guys aren't going to stop me from having a fire. I already know how to make a wooden fire and have this heat signature be nothing when it leaves from an exhaust perspective outside my house. Like, I know how to do that. I'm always going to have my wood fire. I'm always going to have all these other things. And then I was looking at it, and now like when you look at what the carbon credit situation is and like all these different things that these corporations need to do to get right with their, manufacturing, carbon stuff, I'm just like, not only can I make this carbon for, the everyday garden.
You like the yapping? I hate it. Oh man, dude, the last one I went to, she was like the owner, and she told me every detail of what's holding them up from moving into their new space. Not once did I ask. Not once.
And have them be, thrive with that. Professional growers, landscapers, golf courses, whoever. I can do that, but then I can also offset these other. We have to have the English over, and she said yes, so I relented. We have Moshe, of course, Dr. Andy Kaufman, Amy Hamilton. She's the woman that's been teaching me. She's the local here that is essentially bringing back the Savannah. She has Hamilton Native Outpost. Her and her husband established that about 30 years ago. Dr. Mari Arce, she's coming out. The dude I was telling you about, Chris Winters, that does this amazing electroculture.
And he's just local there.
He's just on the border of Kentucky in Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
So he's above Nashville. He had
These guys are in so deep. Like, everything they think is happening, like, in their head, they have all, like, this philosophy that's sort of informing what they're doing when they're messing with, like, I don't know, tinctures and fire and drinking their own piss, and it's all energy based, and it's all like these guys are just months away from those clips. You ever see those clips where they're doing like what do you call it when you work on people but you don't touch them? And there's all these women like having like fake orgasms and stuff on these clips, and these people are like these guys are just a year away from that. Like, it all leads to that. Everything leads to some weird sexual orgy in a yurt every time. And crying and yelling into the woods. Yeah, yelling at a tree, apologizing to a tree. Reiki, that's what it is. Reiki, yeah.
Like, he sells everything. Like, when I tell you this man's vegetables and everything is just next level, you would.
His vegetables are next level.
Understand the quality that I'm talking about. He's an amazing person. We have Emily Moyer. She's going to be speaking about like essentially music, vibration, and entrainment, which I'm really excited about. We have Marty Leeds.
Oh boy!
Do you know who Jorge Mesa is?
Oh yeah, we got Marty Leeds.
Name sounds awful.
And guys, and the tickets only cost $700.
Familiar.
He has a wonderful channel called Third Eye Edify. He's a professional bass guitarist. He's a music teacher, but he also we have a lot of musicians coming out like Marty.
No, you don't say. You don't say musicians. The culture of music. You don't say. Habitually is tied to weird, energetic, crystal-wearing cleansing.
And they're just gonna be jamming.
Nice.
I'm really excited about that. My wife will be singing.
Sounds like fun.
Your wife.
Yeah, it's great. We have Chance Garton of the Interverse podcast, Adam Stevens of Grateful Harvest Seeds, Kyle Denton, who's a naturopathic herbalist. So we just have an incredible, awesome arrangement of people that have agreed to speak and present. And then I've just recently, since booking all these people, I've recently become friends with Sabrina Wallace and Chris Crutchfield. And they're actually rolling out too. They're just coming out on their own dime, and they're like, yeah, we want to be a part of this. So we're going to do some land blessings and
a land blessing? Oh, in the name of who? What's the blessing of the land? And then we're gonna do an orgy in the moon, and then we're gonna do a lottery. Who gets to bed my wife?
Just pretty much teach everybody the analog, the analog way to
What's that?
Overcome the digitization of their environment.
Holy crap, you guys are so full of shit. We're gonna charge people for an event to teach them the analog way to what? To what?
Yeah.
And we're all going to be coming from an elemental perspective. Like, like Andy Kaufman to me is a very grounded person. Moshe's a very grounded person. Like those grounded individuals will be like the earth element. I, of course, am going to be talking about the earth and fire element, being the biochar guy.
Oh, you got all the horoscopes for dudes. So those guys are grounded. They're the earth. I'm the fire. Who's the wind?
But everybody's going to have their own elemental.
Do they get a card? Do they have like a card? Like you bring up a card and a picture and you're like, fire, wind.
Energy that they're going to kind of talk, through that lens. Because we're all of the mind, at least most of us are of the mind, that when you really start to understand
earth, wind, water, power, Yu-Gi-Oh!
How the elemental energies, how the elements work through you.
How do they work through you? They never actually say anything, right? They're always like, once you understand how the elements work through you, then you can pick your favorite element and you can have that thing work through you the more than that. And you can be like, I'm fire today. I am fire today. And one day you could be very fluid and whimsical like water.
like fire, water, air, earth, and ether, like how they're actually always in this beautiful syntropic dance through your system.
I'm sorry. How is that? I'm sorry. You said that. You said that, but how? How is earth, wind? How are all the and ether? What is this? What happened here?
The more you can understand that, just
the more you can understand. I want you to teach me.
Better your life becomes. You have a higher qualitative experience of life, higher quality of life.
Oh, so your quality of life goes up the more wind and fire go through your body. Okay.
And so that's really what we're trying to
you always leave out electricity.
Share with people so that they can take that back.
What about radiation?
In whatever way, because everybody's going to resonate with it.
Wait, what about radiation? Anybody? Anybody? You don't actually believe this stuff, do you?
A different element or a couple elements more so than others. So we wanted to give this well-rounded speaker list so that, you know, people would get the motivation in their little cut.
Yes, bitch.
Sounds brilliant.
It sounds brilliant.
You know, the elementals is such an important thing for humanity to get.
It is. We got to get back to it, right? Okay, we're going to let me guess. He's going to say we got to get back to it. It's always back to something here. And it's like, if you really like look at what they're talking about, you're basically becoming a caveman or something. And it's like, we got to really get back to the stuff. And it's like, even though I have a Rode mic and everything's digital and we're on a digital show, we got to really get back to wearing banana leaves as poopy diapers. And we got to wipe cayenne pepper in my eyeball.
People would get the motivation in their little cut.
Sounds brilliant. You know, the elementals is such an important thing for humanity to get back in touch with. And in the old world of alchemy, you know, they had kind of a schematic of the
old world of alchemy. That was the pinnacle of civilization.
The 4 levels of the ether, but each of those levels has different elementals that, you know, like the sylphs in the air, the water elementals.
It's so horrifying to watch this as a man because you're watching men. Like if women were doing this, we'd kind of giggle and be like, that kind of makes sense. I hope they find a way out of it. But when you watch men do this, it hurts. It hurts way much more. It hurts bad.
And things. And the important thing to understand is we have imposed a great burden upon them. And them being sentient beings as well, they have been harmed greatly. And
cuckoo, cuckoo. The elements are great beings. Shouldn't you have a ponytail at least? We hurt them. We hurt fire, the element fire. We hurt wind. Did we hurt wind? You guys hear that? Apologize. The greatest minority is the fire element. That's who really gets hurt. You guys, did you guys apologize to the earth yet?
And them being sentient beings.
Who's being sentient beings? Hold on, I just want to make sure I'm getting this right.
I mean, you know, they had kind of a schematic of the 4 levels of the ether, but each of those levels has different elementals that, you know, like the sylphs in the air, the water elementals and things. And the important thing to understand is we have imposed a great burden upon them.
Oh, okay. We violated the personhood and will of water, fire, wind, earth, and fire, the 4 elementals. Okay. All right. So wind rights? I get the same disgust reaction when I hear dudes talk about zodiacs. Yeah, this is wild, dude. White people have no culture. White people.
and them being sentient beings as well.
They are.
They have been harmed greatly, and all that what people like ourselves that are doing by bringing back this level of awareness is
Absolutely, Trevor. Absolutely.
not only helping ourselves, but we're freeing them at the same.
Really, your house is made of trees. I'm sorry. Did you act against the tree when you built your house, you old freak? Dude, we got to get back to a war against pagans. We got to get back to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least the pagans of the past had some, like, really rough living conditions. Like, they could live a rough life. They could assault. They could defend. You know, silly, crazy, demonic practices and beliefs. But at least they were, like, you know, like, they could form some sort of, you know, army, maybe even. Today, this is like, it wouldn't even be, it'd be like a week war. It would be like a 1 week war. The gulags are going to be quite full if I ever gain power. Seriously, Christopher.
Time of all the darkness that has been, you know, put upon them. If you
Oh, we put yeah, like boiling. Let me just boil the water for my tea. Oh, sorry, water.
just can fathom that, you know, we're putting millions of tons of stuff just in the atmosphere. So not only are we freeing them, but when we acknowledge them and work with them and have that clear communication.
Is it hard to? No, it's very easy to debate vegans. Very easy.
And prove to yourself that they're real, and because there becomes a real nexus of communication, it's unmistakable, then they
This guy thinks he's a Native American.
will come to you and support you.
Yes.
And
What are you, Moana? They'll come to you and support you? Or the water's going to help you not drown? Is the water going to lift you up on a tree branch? You whack job.
provide all that you need to manifest, you know, what.
You see what I'm saying? This is the problem with decadence is it really does permit insanity, if you really think about it. There's no room for insanity when there's some type of scarcity. I'm not an accelerationist, but the thing is, it's descriptively true. This is all modernity. Like this is allowed. This is permitted because of abundance. Totally. You don't understand biochar.
What we want to see come into this world. So as we're across the globe, planet, plane, whatever you want to think this is.
Well, Baron is a farmer.
Lobbing bombs at each other right now. That stuff needs to be cleaned up.
Yeah.
It's and all it is it's pure hatred. It's hatred.
Oh, hatred against the wind.
And vying for dominance.
Yeah, it's so mind blowing. You know, I was really looking forward to this talk today because I've had, I told you earlier, a few interviews in a row where it's global or geopolitics, we'll say, and talking about PDF files and all sorts of stuff, which, you know, we need to be aware of what's going on and clean that up. But with today's talk, I was just looking forward to getting my hands back in the soil. I felt like I needed a smudging after the last few interviews I've done.
Yeah, there's a big thing that that I've been talking about in my podcast that I'm going to really elaborate.
Just so you guys know, biochar is a real thing for soil. It's just that Christopher Gardner sells it like it's it's a spiritual something, some process. It's like a ritualistic fruit. It's like he has an approach to this the same, like that's like a counterfeit of like sanctification. It's like he sells what is in his view pre-sanctified biochar, and you're like, yeah, biochar helps
I
with
actually respect guys who do this just to pick up chicks more than I
Right.
respect these dudes.
right. Yeah. You would, Vagine. Like you can use this and it's extremely helpful for soil and the land itself, but it's like this is what makes it even more of a scam when you understand what biochar is. It's crazy. Like how far this guy takes it is like you're like, what? Like if a big company, the funniest thing is if a giant conglomerate, a corporate monster launched something essentially what like equivalent to what he's doing, he would have to come up with some distinction of why his was better. He'd be like, yeah, but mine is, I pissed on mine. Head of the gym, will be listening. Nice, Austin, thank you so much. Hit the damn goal, indeed.
Great, and we're going to do a workshop on, and it's essentially creating these silent pillars.
Biochart.
Yeah.
And a friend of mine, a shaman friend,
Blackbird singing in
full
the dead of
download
night.
after a ceremonial thing
Take this burning char and learn to fly.
back in 2018.
Vegemite, that's funny, Vegemite.
And I was with him in a river when he was explaining to me like what he saw, and when he was describing to me in my imagination, I could see the whole.
Uh-oh, here comes Vagine.
Jim Bob, I am not going to be the gross vagene that we have heard the past few days. I am the vagene after converting to Orthodoxy.
Vagane?
Can you imagine what we would be like, and how our world would be, if each one of us who is a member of his true church would attend divine liturgy every week, pray every day, fast when challenged to? We are called to this. Let us all answer.
Yeah. I look at India and I go, that might be a very difficult place to convert. Not impossible, of course, but I mean, just the stance on the cow is such just operating in the world itself is nearly impossible. Just from the cow position, the position on the cow, just that alone.
Thing that he was talking about. And what we have upon us, like you're talking about, the elementals are under attack. Pretty much all life, like biological.
You have a wood stove, I throw the ashes in the garden.
life, and even the more subtle forms of life are under attack right now.
Yeah.
And so this thing that we're bringing to people's awareness is a way that you can anchor. It's the best way I could say is you're making your land like an etheric monastery. And what I mean.
Yeah, St. Thomas, he went away to India to try, right? He was disgusted.
What I mean by that is it essentially it creates like an isotropic energy bubble around your space. And the more people that you can have.
Excuse me? What was that?
Around you that do that, it creates like, mushrooms sprouting. Ding, 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 ding. And this.
If you make sounds, it's true.
Attack from the sky, this attack it's an attack. We just have to be honest about it.
It's war.
Yeah. And United.
These guys, look, you and I, me included, we have no idea what war is.
We've spoken about this a bunch throughout the years. And I mean, World War III started a while back.
Yeah.
This is a clandestine way of.
This is the story of a girl.
Really establishing your
Ping, ping, ping,
intention, your connection to your creator.
Uh-huh. Who's the creator? Wait, whoa, Chris Gardner. Hold on a second. Is that your name? Christopher Gardner. Who's our creator? Who's our creator? I'm sorry, you just said we're going to connect to our creator. Who is that?
Connection to your land and becoming that bridge between, Father Sky and Mother Earth.
Oh, I see. The land is the conduit. Through the land, we get to the Father, not through Christ. It's through the land. I'm seeing something really interesting here. Because there's always, to make sense of this, there's always an inversion of the truth. And you could always map it nearly one-to-one. Look at those eyes. It's through, no one gets to God, the Father in this case, but through the tree. Or maybe the mother. Yeah, maybe you would say mother. Yeah, good point. Yeah, whack job.
actually being that and establishing that with authority.
You're standing too close to me.
Because people will own land per se, but they never establish their authority. You know, and
So he wants to dominate. He has like an S&M concept with the land.
the way people establish their authority these days, a lot of times, is through some
So you're just skip to it. You pee on your land.
sort of act of dominance, at least in North
In the beginning, there was the
because
dirt.
That's, you know, the symbology and that's the programming that we've been given. But there's a whole other way that you can establish your authority and your jurisdiction with your creator. That is, it's totally syntropic. Like everybody benefits. Even the people, even the things that wouldn't have your best interests at heart even benefit from.
You notice how he doesn't say anything? Like, there's a huge cult of people who pay money to go to these events, and this guy's yapping. And you could see from like a sort of deadened, basic, primitive perspective, like you're an animal, that this sounds like something that's true. It's just symbolic. It's just poetry. He's not saying anything. But the problem is, like, these people never get in front of people who challenge them one-to-one. Their philosophies are never challenged. They stay in their bubbles. They become the Marty leads. They are surrounded with people that support them, never challenge them. And then they talk to other people and they fluff each other. They don't say anything. It's just total gibberish.
Some sort of act of dominance, at least in North America, because that's, you know.
It's always once you understand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They never say, though. They never say it.
The symbology, and that's the programming that we've been given. But there's a whole other way that you can establish your authority and your jurisdiction with your creator. That is, it's totally syntropic. Like everybody benefits. Even the people, even the things that wouldn't have your best interests at heart even benefit from that level of resistance. So it's a beautiful thing.
That's it. You said nothing. You said nothing. You didn't tell me what's a way to establish dominance through God in my environment, and you said it helps everyone. And yet the guy you're talking to is to dominate your environment would be violate the elements, right? I mean, this is why they just yes each other. They wait for each other to talk. They're like, yeah, that was a good made up shit. I've got one too. I'm going to go now too. Can I go? It's like they never actually coalesce on anything.
It's been a long time coming. It's over 7 years in the making of like fully understanding what's actually occurring with it.
What is it? What is that? It's 7 years in the making, and we're fully understanding what's occurring with it, which is nothing.
But the biochar, the activated carbon, even for a bunch of you out there that don't want, if you don't have money to buy biochar, I have so many things online where you can see how to make your own. I mean, I got into making biochar, just so everybody knows, just because I was teaching people how to make the kilns and nobody wanted to make the kilns. They're just like, sell me the biochar. But like, I have tons of information. There's tons of people out there that show how to make it. But the core of these silent pillars is this carbon with your activated fluids and everything like that.
Why don't we get specific there, Christopher? Which activated fluids? Would you like to tell the world what you're putting in the biochar that you're selling them, or is that something you can't say online?
In these pillars, in very specific geometries on your land.
Oh, geometries. Okay. Thank you for that, Zorch.
Prayer with intent, and it creates just this beautiful bubble that, just like the orgone fields do, where they upregulate the quality of everything, this upregulates the quality within that isotropic bubble.
Literally gibberish.
And it's our job. It's taking responsibility. Humanity, each one of us, we're a coordinate.
Exactly.
We're a coordinate of God in our, overall unified consciousness field. And
wow,
everybody that grows their awareness can be used by the hierarchy of intelligence behind this realm in order to bring.
It's all materialism. It's all monism. These people are just such dead-eyed nut jobs. Like they really, what's so sad about this, you know, and I'm ripping them to shreds, you know, because I'm a roaster. But when you look at their eyes, like look at this guy. He's so dead and lost. He really believes what he's saying. Like it feels good to say what he's saying for him. Like there's a feeling he gets where he's like lost in a sort of hypnotic state of saying it. And he's just like, and then it's a big business. Oh yeah, no, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Of course. No one denies what biochar is and what it is, like that it's useful. There's a real thing, but that you know, dude, EBT, you know exactly what this guy's about.
Bring that into the planet right now, and it's so important because
you bring it into the planet, you already contradicted yourself. It is the planet, dude. This is why it's like, it is the planet. You just said it's all this one big thing. It is itself. It's all one big monistic thing. And you're like, we got to do something about this. You're like, and by you mean the one thing that there is just us, a big consciousness, right? How could you be separate from it? I think these people are master story toppers, just constantly trying to one-up each other. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. They do it nicely, though. That's so dead on, dude. That's exactly what I was like looking at. And I was like, what is it? What is it they're doing? That's exactly what it is. They're like, and yeah, it's like when kids, I'll listen to my kids, they'll play with a neighbor and they'll be talking about what they do and what they have and what they built. And the kid, always after, it's either my kid or their kid who always goes, yeah, well, mine is a this and that. And then mine has an extra surface on the top that does this. And it never runs out of energy, ever. And the other one's like, well, yeah, that's just what it is, right? Which is like, this is why I'm trying to get people to understand. And they just keep doing it. It's story topper skit. It's crazy.
The forces of dark are not going to stop, but they're fighting an inwinnable, is that the right word, war. But it still requires that, you know, we do our job here. And it doesn't take as many of us.
I watched forensic files for years, and after a while I was able to accurately guess who the killer was because of the eyes.
No, the eyes, dude.
You know, just like what you're doing out there, we're doing it here. And, you know, it has a powerful effect. So we need more conduits on the planet, people that just wake up to their, you know, the need for them to wake up and be part of the solution.
Yeah, exactly. What's that? What's the solution? How do you know you got a solution? It's weird. I keep seeing it through the lens from some counterfeit of being of the body of God. Instead of the body of God, they kind of conflate the body of the world with the body of God. So the world is like an extension of God, and there's a badness to the world that you have to escape. So there's this Gnostic element, but then they contradict the Gnostic element by saying, even though we have to overcome this thing, which we are, we're also, the earth itself is here as a mother, and it's ultimately a good thing. It's not a prison. So they're just constantly in and out of like, what we are is the extension of God, and God is the earth also, and the earth is good, and it's abundant, and we can't violate it, but also we need to manage it and overcome it, but also be a part of it. And it's just such a hodgepodge of insanity. It's like, I don't know what kind of hallucinogenics these people do and how frequent it is, but I would lean into probably that's what's either had been in play or is in play. That's what I would conclude. So basically, biochar is a gateway drug to sweaty yurt sessions with polyamorous tree squirrel people. That's right, Mud. That's right.
And this isn't new agey kind of stuff. It's the most grounded thing in the world.
Oh, it's not new agey stuff.
And if you want to think of airy fairy stuff, just think about what you read in the headlines every day.
Right.
You know, what we're taught in school, what we see. It's you know, it's not just a lie. It's laughable. It's so ludicrous. But a lot of people just need to wake up from the hypnotic suggestion. So, can you give us all
Woodstock.
of your information as far as your website?
Yeah, he's probably about that age, maybe 10 years. Yeah, Maybe.
It's all the information as far as how people can connect with your upcoming gathering.
please.
And is a gathering, you know, obviously it sounds like the gatherings.
No, it's not New Age stuff at all. Don't you, no, do not put it in that category. For the goal, glory to God, pray for me as I embark on the journey to conversion to EO. Beautiful, thank you. Prayers for you. Thank you for letting me know that. Gooberang, I woke up to my need to wake up, but I don't know if I'm still asleep or not, but I need to wake up. You are the earth. We are the children. Bro, look at that dude. You kidding me? Look at that dude. What the... Bro. I pissed in my mouth today. You should piss in your mouth too. Did you pee in your mouth? Woompy, strong like a baby, woompy.
Site there, but are you going to be video and present it online as well?
We are just like getting the AV people together right now for it. Our AV gentleman died. So
okay.
yeah, so we I believe we do have an AV person, and a few of the presenters are going to have their own, you know, tech people there. So yeah, a lot of it will be online. But what I'm really
Man, they skipped right past that part real quick, huh?
Well,
we are just like
You just don't get it, Jim Bob. You must be a Gemini.
Yeah.
I'm getting poop cramps from this
I know.
war.
I know.
Must make a sacrifice to the air elemental.
That's right.
getting the AV people together right now for it. Our AV gentleman died.
so
okay. Yeah, so we
Oh, okay. Well, I guess. Alrighty. No Lord of Mercy or anything. Just just like that. He's dead. So.
Yeah, I believe we do have an AV person, and a few of the presenters are going to have their own, you know, tech
Just.
people there. So yeah, a lot of it will be online. But what I'm really looking forward to is the in between time when people aren't, you know,
He's not. Yeah, now he's in a bag. Now he's being shipped out to Portland.
up on the stage presenting. But just there's so many things that are coming together where like a lot of us are like, wait a minute, you were part of that program or this, that. So I just know, and then also all the extracurricular music stuff is going to be really wonderful.
Yeah.
So if people are interested in that, you can go to elementalsgathering.com.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm doing that right now. Are you kidding me?
And then if you're interested in the biochar, you can go to
elementalsgathering.com.
biochar.com.
1 second, guys.
And if you're interested in my podcast or
JB, I was sort of like this 5 years ago, but better poetry, less piss, and more booze. It's really post-materialism, pre-tag. They'll be okay. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't even think, they don't really escape materialism, though, JB. It sounds like they do, though. You hear these words and the way they're fluffy languages, and you're like, oh, these guys are into some sort of like supernaturalism mixed with the earth. But then when you press them, everything comes down to like strict physicality, energy exchange stuff, fractals, molecular information, memory, water.
Being good at Rocket League brings you to orthodoxy.
It could.
any of those types of things, the media that I produce.
What was it called? Elementally. Hold on, I already forgot the name of it. I'm gonna go there. You guys are gonna get I'm gonna pitch you guys on it.
The in between time when people aren't, you know, up on the stage presenting, but just there's so many things that are coming together where like a lot of us are like, wait a minute, you were part of that program or this, that. So I just know, and then also all the extracurricular.
Elementals gathering. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hold on a second. Elementals gathering. Elementals. Elementalsgatherings.com. Elementalsgathering.com? Elementalsgatherings.com. Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah. Oh, now we're talking. talking. Elementals gatherings. Classes. Let's talk about classes. Hold on. Store. Tinctures. Tinctures. Powdered potions. Guys, there's powdered potions here. Okay. All right. Get yourself some powdered potions. Okay. Let's talk about what the classes are. We'll talk about some classes, essential classes here. Good land gathering. Sold out. That's sold out, you guys. So you missed out on that. Here's one. Herbalism. Okay. Astro herbalism. What's that? What's astro herbalism? That's going to be something. That's got to be something I'm signing up for. $52 here. You get an audio herb class for $52. It's by audio. So, dude, that's crazy. I got to say, they got their business down. For the demographic that exists, which is mostly women, paying $52 for audio, like an hour, 53 minutes. Oh, dude, listen to this. Watch. You guys got to see this up close. Look at this. Cayenne, Arise, Aries, and the American Frontier, an hour and 38 minutes. Garlic mustard, friend or foe, 53 minutes. Nettle. Dude, I got to give it to them. They know how to market to these people. They got it all. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, they're like anything associated with this whole like wacko astrology signs. Dude, they got it down. I almost even a little bit respect even. To like just name it all those things. Name it all those things. It's going to be great. Don't worry about it. Consultations. Yeah, I want a consultation, dude. I got to get myself a recorded consultation for sure. 15-minute chat, $50. 15-minute chat, $50, y'all. Oh, thank ya. Anybody? Hey, you guys, I'm going to do that. You guys want a 15-minute chat with me? Go to my Discord, $50. I'll give you a chat, and then I'll give you a custom formula. Dude, custom formula in education. $50, 15 minutes. Dude. Personal holistic herbal consultation. Session 1 takes place. I want to know how much it is, because I know he gives people massages. Christopher, where'd you put that section? It takes place while sitting and drinking a cup of tea while we talk for an hour at our herb shop. At the shop. You have to go to the shop that you're going to buy more stuff at. You talk at the shop for $50. You talk to someone over some tea. At the end of this appointment, Kyle, whoever that is, can craft custom formulas. He's like a witch. These are like male witches. And make another herbal and lifestyle reference for your education. Session 2 takes place 3 weeks later. 30 minutes now. You get refills of your concoctions, which is nice. Session 3 is identical to the previous, but it's $250. You get to have tea with your buddy for $250, and it comes with personalized witchcraft concoctions. Mitches. Yeah, they're called Mitches. Working with Kyle. Amazing. About. Just put an apron on, bro. There you go. There he is. There's the man of the hour right there. There he goes. Oh, it costs $50? Yeah. Yep. We are many things. Husband, wife, parents, partners. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Hey, guys. Who knew? What are you going to say? What are you going to do? But where's the actual event, though? Elemental Gathering. Elementals gathering.com. Doesn't even, there's not even a website. And gain 4 skill in the potion crafting. Yeah, I just gained potion crafting skill. This is so sad. Imagine doing this and thinking, yeah, it's a bit rough. It's a bit rough. It's a very childlike, though, and I think people hold on to that childlike wonder. And the childlike wonder itself isn't even a bad thing. You know, neoteny, as it's called, could be something that's like potentially wholesome. But it can be taken advantage of. The same way you take advantage of women's nurturing quality. You can take advantage of that. Perfect example is you take the female power in the home to be nurturing and you put them into society, and then it becomes a legal thing, and then you run society based on the nurturing element of woman. So you're taking the good part of a woman and you're putting it into a context that you're not supposed to apply it the same way, and then voila, what do you get? You get people voting for the end of their civilization.
What they put in the drinks. It is a lot
Piss.
easier to drug the piss tea than Kool-Aid.
That's right. Yeah, I think so. I don't know where that section is. Maybe there's a section I can find, you guys. Christopher Gardner on pee drinking. There's got to be something on it. Woompy bio charisma pee drinking. Nothing found. He's like one of the main proponents of it, though. Maybe he scrubbed the internet and he was like, no more. We're not doing that anymore. Yeah, make believe. Yeah, it's very childish. So there's like this. That's why you roast them, but you kind of half feel bad because you feel like you're beating up on small children, and it's like you're taking away their. It's like when my kids build a fort in the living room. To them, it's a massive world. Like you're an adult, and so you're like, oh, that's cute. But to them, you forget. To them, that's real. That's like an entire world they built. And then you just like collapse it for them because it's time to go to bed. And they're like, what the heck, dude? That like they think you're a psychopath because you took down their living room teepee. That's how these people are. They're in like some sort of perpetual dream state where their internal mentality of what the world is very real to them. But the only way for them to apply that is by language, to say like, well, look at the world. The world is actually this. They name it something differently. And you could see how people get into this. You guys remember James True? He did it also very similarly. What you do is you take parts of reality that have already been described with words, and then you reformat with language to sound like it's something new that you discovered or something peculiar to you and your group. And then you talk about it that way. So you change words, something that would ultimately just be a normal word. You add a romantic word to it. And then it's like, whoa. Instead of like elevate, you're doing this. Instead of thinking deeply, it's compassionate. You know, you just swap the language. And voila, you have a group. And then the group is like, oh, we're unique. We have the unique language. That's it. That's nothing wrong with having unique language. It's just a tactic that's easy for people to get duped by, because it legitimizes the in-group to purposefully make language that's yours, and it's ultimately what you end up doing is not only the words change, but then you take proprietary definitions. So the definitions start changing. And obviously we've seen that in politics, where the definition of racism changed, the definition of anti-Semitism changes, the definition of everything changes. Wrong. He doesn't do that. He doesn't change the names of words. He doesn't use words just to describe something else. Every time I mention James True, draconian method somehow pops out of nowhere, dude. It's so crazy. He says nothing until you say James True. He doesn't have a tactic. You got to be kidding me, dude. You got to be joking right now. You got to be joking. You gots to be. Here, you guys can get a taste of the kind of command of language on language someone like James True has to make his audience get the sense that he's delivering some massive revelation to them. You guys can get a taste of this here. Now, I've pestered this guy for months before, years ago, but I just kind of leave him alone now. Open your aperture. Perfect. Yeah, perfect example. Open your aperture. Like, what? Oh, you just, okay. What does that mean? Oh, open your aperture. You think of him as having malice? I didn't say malice. What are you talking about? Why do you got to lie? He's explained the funny words. I didn't say anything about malice. I said it's a type of manipulation to concoct new language that is referring to something that's already been established that you could just otherwise say the simple thing. He's just complicating it so that there's a peculiarity to him that he's special with his new language. I didn't say anything about malice.
Goddess, you should say probably, of saltwater. And before Gilgamesh, you have the exact same story of Genesis. Genesis was taken from these same fables. The same way, thank you, Stretch. The same way, DWM Siri, that's weird, man, but everyone...
Now what? This is what's also interesting. James True, his sort of theme is he's always pointing to previous things. It's almost like Joseph Campbell's A Man with a Thousand Faces. You point to previous things, this kind of methodology of you're looking at through lines throughout the ages of different myths and different storylines, different narratives, different archetypes and characters. And you take sort of like, I don't know, you could take like a pseudo-Jungian approach to these things and be like, oh, this is the through line. It's always this character who does this. There's always this moment of coming up from death and defeating death or whatever. And what's interesting is that while he'll present this and sort of make ambiguous, say something like Christianity, where Christianity is just an iteration of something else that it comes from and so forth. But there is some true meaning throughout it all. You just have to lock it all together, put all the pieces together. But what's kind of comical about this is that James True pointing this out, but also being someone who does this is interesting. Where he's like, oh, Genesis, that's just another iteration of a previous thing. But then when he presents, he's presenting something new in some new way that's just a reformatted thing of the past as well.
I'm going with Stretch on this one. Audio good. Oh, she did it twice. Stretch is like, you know what? I'm going to tell him again. Here it is again. The Gilgamesh story is taken the same way that I showed you, especially if you bought my book Ark of Baphomet, which you can buy right now. Some of you are like, I don't want to have it on my shelf. My Christian friends are going to come over and think I'm some sicko satanic freak. And some of you guys are like, I want to have that on my shelf so my Christian friends can come over and think I'm some kind of satanic freak. And this is the power of biolumination, my friends. And Apsu, the god of fresh water, and Tiamat, the god of salt water. I was laying in bed and I was just like, wait a minute, that's a battery. That's a battery. That's a battery. And I was like, oh, great. Lithium algorithm that's enslaved by a corporation inside of a data farm. Lend me your ears. What kind of battery is it where you have a saltwater anode and a freshwater cathode? I want to use typing. Oh, I'm just so stupid. The anode is the fresh water. The salt water is the cathode, you dumbass. And it's like, yeah, you're right. Whichever one it is. I think of it, the cathode is probably the Audi of the belly button world. And the anode is the innie. Do I have this right? I don't want to waste time looking it up. I really wish one of you would look it up and tell me which one is cathode the innie or is cathode the Audi. Look for the word positive and you'll find it, because I can remember. I'm pretty sure that cath is positive. I think it's cath is positive, because I remember things memetically, but sometimes I forget which memetics I have to access the memory. And when I have the memory, everything's clear, because it's a limbic brain, motherfuckers. It's a limbic brain. We're going to have to talk about this guy. Rome was built on the sacrifice of blood. We're going to be talking about this. I swear we are. And this guy's been around since Halloween. He's so cute. He's actually slept in my bed a few times. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to be like, I'm not saying I cuddled with him. I'm not saying I didn't. But I'm just saying that it was funny. He actually was on my bed. And then I got a teddy bear. Fuck you. I got a teddy bear. Yeah, I fucking got one. His name's Barry Manilow. He's freaking awesome. He's really cute. I went out of town. I almost brought him with him, but I was like, your dad's probably going to be wondering if you have mental issues. And then I stopped myself. No, James, you mean your dad will be wondering if you have more mental issues? I'm like, yeah, but see, I think that carrying a teddy bear around is important as wearing a tail in public. If you wear a fuzzy tail in public as an adult, if you're a girl, I'm sorry, but you can wear whatever the fuck you want. I mean, it's just true. But yeah, these are things. We're getting to Rome and we're getting to the pumpkin. I just don't want to forget. Guys, Rome was built on the blood, slaughter, sacrifice of things. I would not have been able to start Rome because I know that I need to cut off the head of this cute little guy and feed him to the birds. I need to allow his brains to be scattered among the deer. And the deer will eat the pumpkin seeds. They will. And they will have a good time. The raccoon would love...
Bro. All of these groups are kind of connected in their culture. This is like the kind of culture. And it kind of, to tie it back to the original topic of my channel, like this would be something that can't build anything, right? The biochar dude, right? Those guys can't actually build a thriving society because it's all relativistic. It's all just like unique poetic takes on something. And the thing that they all have in common, aside from the New Age stuff and all the highbrow, different ways of poetically talking about the world and its existence, how it's organized, how do you categorize it? Aside from all of that, the one thing that you can see that's common among all of these people, all of them, whether it's James True, the biocharisma guy, the bears, they reject authority. They reject that there's a narrow path of living. They reject that there is a church that God gave us to participate, and it's actually hierarchical, structural, and passed down. This is all a reject. When you reject that, you could kind of make your own thing, do your own thing. But the thing is, doing your own thing is the part of societies that invite opposition, invite a future that carves an empty space, because what you do is you lose the cohesive fabric of society starts to get loosened. You loosen the order of it. You loosen it. You get a little loose. You get a little bit Burning Man. You know, you're very rigid in what you believe, of course, right? You're very assertive and authoritative in saying what's the case. Marty Leeds, very authoritative in it. You go, I'm a pastor. I've got a yurt. I've got a channel. I've got a this. I've got a that. You're very authoritative, but when it comes to what it is that's being preserved that would be passed down through generations, there would be a type of authoritative succession on the matter. That goes away. That doesn't exist. It's the Jewish absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
It's all a form of that. It's all the same kind of thing as that. It's this rejection of Christ specifically. But then it's like, to them, they'll get what they can get, right? If you can get 100 people in your little cult and they buy your book or whatever, great, right? Maybe your family member will take over the yurt and maybe do some version of what you taught on your YouTube channel or whatever. But there's no structured authority. There's no criterion for what constitutes their version of the laying of hands, right? There's no authoritative transfer of the teaching, of a true teaching. There's just you and the way you did it. That's it. And it cultivates the same phenomenon. It's weak threads. That's what it is. That's the phenomenon, weak threads. So that there's a weakness in the fabric. And when, with a true church, you know, you could have some weaknesses in the church, but the church as a referent is not ambiguous. Whereas this, what is the fabric? Well, it's a fabric, it's a mosaic made up of individual threads that aren't even made of the same thing. They're not even the same color. They're not even of the same source. They decay at different rates even, right? They all react different to the elements, this kind of stuff. So you get a weakness in the fabric, and then what happens? A stronger fabric comes in and takes the weak patch, right? So Dearborn, Michigan, or any other weak spot in America that has this empty space that can be taken because of relativism, because the rejection of authority, because the rejection of a true way to live life and structure society. Because of that, the alternative that has an affirmative position, a positive position, Islam, takes over that patch. Oh, look at that weak spot. Sorry, guys, you lost ground. It's simple as that. It's simple as that. You make castles made of sand. Well, castles made of sand fall in the sea. Eventually, even Jimi Hendrix knew. Total degenerate. It's probably not even his song. Anyway, you get the point, right? The gibberish. This is gibberish.
Would love to cannibalize.
Just total insanity, gibberish, builds nothing, preserves nothing, passes nothing down. There's no authority in the matter. There's no doctrine in the matter. There's no dogma in the matter. There's no dog in the fight. It's a bunch of injured, legless dogs at the dog race. All the jokes would be funny if what Jim Bob says about James True is true. What did I say that's false? JB just plays some random word salad sounding. Is that word salad sounding or is it word salad? Is this word salad sounding or is it word salad?
This little guy. And that's how Rome starts. So I put it to you.
The words you don't quite understand that James True uses can be easily understood and put back into context after 3 hours. Dude, you're not saying anything. All you're saying is you just don't understand what he's saying. Well, if you need to decode what someone's saying, what does that say about what they're saying?
If anyone joins Patreon,
it actually proves my point. You prove my point, dude. My criticism was these people craft new language so that they're unique and they would be otherwise saying something completely normal, maybe, but they say it in their own language that's special to them and their group that you need to know the coding for. And you just admitted it. My critique stands. You just conceded to my critique. Oh, you would understand it if you knew the special language. Oh, yeah, okay, let me decode the language. Oh, you said something that's Already been said 1,000,000 times. What a surprise. Okay, buddy.
Patron today. If I can get any of you to join Patron or to up your patronage, maybe, I want you to tell me the fate of this guy. I'm not sure if I should tell you his name because I think it would make it harder. And I don't know if we need to make it harder because there's already enough. But I do hope you see the lesson in this, that just by drawing a face on this thing, I wanted to cut its head off. This sounds sick.
$10. I don't think the last guys were anti-authority. They just don't recognize grace in the authorities they presented with. When they find out about Orthodox saints, they'll wake up. Well, that's very hopeful, JB. The last guys, you mean those New Age guys? Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, they will reject that there's an authority. If you press them, JB, and you go, is there a right way to live? Is there a right way? Is there an authority of God? Did God leave us with a structured, authoritative body? They would say, they gave us the land. He doesn't have a Rosetta Stone, I know. That's what he really should be selling. Decoders.
I wanted to cut its head off last week before I left town. I was just like, I need to go out of town. I'm going to cut that thing open. And I looked at it and I was like, God, it's so cute. I don't want to leave on a journey where I've just cut the head off of a pumpkin. Even if it's for like a good reason. It's
pretty much.
It's tricky, guys. And this is fascism. The world is controlling me. It's mind controlling me. It's made me too soft, some of you will say. Some of you are probably like, it's made you too hard. Why are you fucking going to kill that pumpkin? I'm going to join Patreon right now to save that pumpkin's life. He's like, you got to save me. Guys, you got to save me. I'm serious. Fucking
Oh, who hasn't? I mean, who hasn't?
save me. This guy's nuts. All he talks about is Roman shit. And he just...
It's not even that special of a language. Dilation, everyone knows what that means. Dilation? No. That's a word that can be used in several contexts. Draconian methods. Keep coping, dude.
sits there and he's just like, there is a reason for all things that are going to happen to you. Weebles. This episode is brought to you by Weebles. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down because gravity is love. And if the earth wasn't spinning, love would crush you. You'd be crushed by earth. Spinning is allowing you to have enough velocity to not be crushed by earth. That allows your lungs to breathe the velocity, this inertial centrifugal force? No, it's inertial angular momentum. Angular momentum. I think that's what it's called. Some of you like to call it the rotational axial force, but fuck you guys. You guys can kiss my ass. We should probably get on with the show, James. Wait, this is the show, guys.
Just came in. Who is this wacko? His name is James True.
I can't lie to you. This is just all part of it.
Hey, what does he mean by that? Hey, Draconian. Where'd you go? You got silent here. He just said gravity's love. What are we talking about here?
I want to talk about...
What are we talking about?
You don't get to ask those questions.
The subject of...
It isn't exhausting. How do you... There are people who show up to this guy's live stream. Not too many, but it's like, this really is exhausting. It's like your kid, when you take your kid out to go for like pizza or something, and they can't stop moving on the bench. It's like that. You're just like, dude, stop. But they have an excuse. They're literally kids. They're fidgety little kids.
The show, I actually can't remember what I titled the show,
Babble.
but I do have a couple slides to show you. And for some reason, Google Chrome has decided that you can now split screens in two.
Yeah. I just find it weird. Is Draconian Methods actually James True, though? Because it's very bizarre that he won't talk for a year. And the moment I bring up James True, he's all over it. Oh, by the way, everybody, happy birthday to Meg Bob. Meg Bob's birthday, many years to Meg Bob. Everybody, same time. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Meg Bob. Happy birthday to you. birthday, Meg Bob. Many years to Meg Bob. There it is. Let the birthday wishes come in. In fact, this next goal is dedicated to Meg Bob. This recent goal. It was Meg Bob's goal. See, now that's called leverage. And many more. Yep, the big 5-7. You'd never guess. The big 5-7. Yeah, it was. It was, I was doing some sort of sonic manipulation. Happy birthday, Meg Bob from Gooberang and Dzine. Appreciate you. Christopher Scott, happy birthday, Meg Bob from Christopher Scott, many years. Happy birthday from Austin to Telio, 5 buckaroos. I think I could, yeah. I was trying polyphonic singing. There was a video I was watching, but the lady was too demonic. She looked like she crawled out of a tree. And she talked like Bjork. And I just didn't trust her.
She was like, the first thing you want to do when you want to sing multiple spirits coming out of your throat, what you want to do is disrobe, go into the woods, and wait for a wood nymph to crawl into your armpit. Happy birthday, Noak Olaf says. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Another from Suzanne. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Meg Bob. Yes, that was one of their courses. Thank you. Vagine, here comes Vagine even.
W. Meg Bob. We appreciate you and thank you for all you do. Many, many more blessed years.
I almost got it, honestly. Throat singing. I'll take some curry. Happy birthday, Meg Bob from David James Flood. Go get that goat. JB Peltier, get yourself a gelato. We can't have gelato right now. I miss cream in my coffee. I thought like black coffee is like the masculine thing to do, so I was all pumped. I was like, yeah, well, no, it's time anyway. Who needs that cardboard colored coffee? Who needs that anyway? And now I just feel like I'm eating mud. Maybe I should switch to tea? Please, sir. I don't want to be a rat forever. Please, sir. Lift the case. Lift the case. Overtones aren't demonic, but they are whistly. It is. It's like a whistle, actually. That's the whistly. It's like the wind blowing. It sure is. But how do they get 3 though? That's crazy. They got 3. They got a voice and 2 whistles, basically. Is the phenomenon, isn't it? Please, sir. I don't want to be a mouse forever.
forever? Don't want you to be a mouse forever. Please, sir.
Did you guys watch Andrew debate that poor guy? Oh, man. That was a hard one. That wasn't right.
Please, sir. Please, sir, I don't want to be a mouse forever.
If I want to go to a rock concert and a conference, like there are way better ones.
Please, sir.
Okay, this is a good question. There's a lot of proddies are asking why people are going Orthodoxy. And Jonathan Pajou.
Than the ones that I can see in church. And
you had to stop. Well, I did too. I was like, dude.
And if I'm not Christian, just go to a rock concert. Like, why would I go to church? We're at this point now where a lot of people that have gone and that have left the church, they feel despair. They have everything that the boomers wanted, right? They have all the porn, they have all the entertainment, they have all the freedom, they have all the things, and their life sucks.
I'm from the Protestant tradition. If there's anything that we love is evangelism and going out there and telling people about Jesus. And again, people keep saying, Ben, there's this statistical phenomenon. There is this rise in interest of the Orthodox Church, especially among young people. And as I was saying to you before we started recording, my whole world is how do we reach young people for Jesus? That's what my dad started in the 80s. That's what we continue to do today. And so as I was reflecting on that and what has led to that, and then also as our conversation was on the horizon, I thought, you know what? I'm just going to ask Jonathan.
God bless Jonathan for being able to have these conversations without immediately correcting this guy. It's probably why I can't do it. I mean, we all have our place.
To educate me. I, like so many of my tradition, know very little to nothing about Eastern Orthodoxy. I know.
You mean church history? When you say your tradition knows very little about Eastern Orthodoxy, you're saying your tradition knows very little about the church that Christ started.
Almost nothing about the tradition, the things that cause the...
Yes, I'm being all snooty right now, but I mean, that's the truth though. I mean, there's no way for me to say it in like a way that doesn't sound like condescending or know-it-all-y. It's just the thing that has to be said though.
Tensions, the divisions.
Jonathan's the Jordan Peterson we needed.
If you will. And I thought, man, this would be so instructive, just selfishly for me, to get a broad sense of what is it? What are the foundations? What are the basics? And of course, I've got questions related to some of the classic points of contention.
See, this is how we can use Canadians, though. I mean, Canadians out there, you do have a value. You have a value.
Or at least things that need clarity as far as I'm concerned. Mm-hmm. But if you can just start with kind of a basic
exactly. I'm like, tradition? Scooby-Doo?
Review for someone who knows nothing, and that someone is me.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I think that a good way of understanding the basis of the Orthodox Church is that we are the Church of the Apostles. That is, the way that the Orthodox Christians understand this is that we are in a direct continuation, and it's a continuation of people. It's a continuation of a body, right? A continuation of community from those that saw Christ die and resurrect up to today. And so we have a deep attachment to the, pre-Nicene fathers, the apostolic fathers, we call them, that came right after the apostles. And then all down the line, we have this sense of continuity from the early church all the way until today. And that maybe is the best way of understanding it. We don't see disruption. We see continuity. And we kind of place ourselves in that continuity.
My main problem, Steelborn says, with prots is they can't actually tell you who Christ is. Ask a prot why we should follow the Bible and their brain explodes. Yeah. I actually have been asking that, Steelborn, to even non-prots, just anyone who appeals to the Bible at all. I go, why? I asked Marty Leeds that. Why should we open the Bible, dude? What are you talking about? We don't need the Bible from your view. We don't need that. What's this? What are we doing? Why can't we just do math all day?
That's probably the first thing to understand. And so when I grew up as a Baptist, I remember in my teenage years, at some point I started asking questions. It's like, so when is, are there Christians?
God bless you, Caleb.
After Constantine? Or this idea that there are no Christians, like between, I'm not sure what date and up to the Reformation, and if there are, where are they? And, and so in studying church history, I realized that many people see the break at Constantine, And at the same time, it's at Constantine that many of the things that we believe as Christians, all Christians, were really set in stone, whether it is definitions of the Trinity, kind of the real understanding of that Christ is truly God, the incarnation. And all of that led me to wonder, there's something I'm missing. And then it sent me down the line of reading those early fathers, reading the church fathers.
You alluded to this, I think, a little bit, but why does that sense of continuity matter? Like, why is that important?
I know he's asking for the sake of the audience, but...
Well, because if you understand a body, the image that St. Paul uses as a body.
I'm a prot, and I know that Jesus is the Christ, the only way to the Father. How's that contended by other prots? Well, the question isn't whether or not it's contended with other Protestants or whether another Protestant can call themselves that and try to deny that. The question is, that's an epistemic claim. And so the epistemic claim, it's also a metaphysical claim, but the epistemic claim is it needs to be authoritative, Zilzone. And so if it's authoritative, there was a way in which you found that out, right? You weren't born with that knowledge, that belief. You came to that. But the question is, if you said the Bible, then now the Bible needs a justification. And so this is why church history is so important. And then when you look into it, Zilzone, you'll realize that the thing you hold in your hand, the Bible, that you come to these interpretive conclusions, many of which could be correct, by the way. What you realize is that the Bible actually served a purpose and a function when it was compiled. And when it was compiled, the purpose and the function wasn't for Jim Bob or Zilzone to be reading it and peeling what we think the conclusions are. That wasn't it. The purpose at the time, and still is today, Zilzone, is liturgical application. That isn't to say you don't read it. It just, that's not the holistic purpose and function of the compiled books. It's a liturgical document. Always was, still is. So it's not a matter of whether other prots are in contradiction with you and your view. The question is there an authoritative way, a normative authority for interpreting Scripture, one, and for applying Scripture, two? And we say, yes, there is. You could track it back.
Is a good one. That is, a body is something which has a memory, right? It's a continuation. It's a participation in the head that is connected both in time and in space, you could say, to its head. And therefore...
Yeah, that's a good question, Steelborn. It's a good one.
This is how we see it. We see that the church...
Thanks for the fiver,
Joe.
Joe.
Born, in the resurrection of Christ, the Holy Spirit coming down on the apostles, and that that body, just like a human body, continues to exist. It doesn't stop.
The epistemic question is a prot devastation. Yeah, especially if a sola scripturist, it's devastating too, because if you're like, well, people keep wondering, why are people so oppositional to sola scriptura, which holds that Scripture is the ultimate authority? Well, that's not even true, because Scripture needed to come from someplace. Even if you said God whimsically, Fantasia style, whipped up the Bible absent man, absent his church, and it was compiled in the way it was, still the Bible's not the sole authority, because it had a source, right? And so, to say Scripture is the ultimate authority, and you simply ask someone who holds that view, you say, oh, can it be misinterpreted? The moment they say yes, you got them in quite a pickle, because the only other authority that's then introduced is who? Themselves or a historical body. And usually, unfortunately, it's terrible to see, they usually choose themselves as the authority. They say, I don't need no other man telling me what this Bible said. The words are right there on the page. And sometimes when I don't know, what I do is I shake that Bible, I come back to it, open a random page, and tell me the answer. It's like a Bible. It's like a Bible. What do you call them balls? 8 balls? Them Bible 8 balls. Just do that over a week, you're good.
To exist and then start to exist later. It really is like this promise that the body will continue. And also because there's also a sense of spirit, you could say, spirit in the broader sense, which is that there are things you can learn from a text, and there are things you learn from being in contact with people. And so I can write to you, an essay on how to be polite, but looking, as a parent, showing it to a child and the example of that, right? Actually being in the example and looking at what that looks like is different. And so we really believe that there's an apostolic continuity. That is, one of the very important things was to be in contact with those that knew Christ and to have all the unsaid, you could say, that isn't just a kind of text that you can interpret. Obviously not.
Yeah. Orthodoxy is Episcopal. And so from that position, even if you took a position and you rejected Orthodoxy, you're establishing in real time the moment you teach, even if what you're teaching is false and you don't even know it, the moment you start teaching your children that, or teaching a, quote, congregation, you're starting your own tradition of practice and hermeneutics. You're doing that too. So you're like, well, why would you do that now if that already existed and we have access to it? Well, why would you start a new thing if you already have that? I don't believe in tradition of men. You're starting your own tradition of men right now. You can't escape tradition. That's the key. Family and tradition go hand in hand, no matter what you're talking about. Family recipes, how to do stuff. Families are a necessary component, and the extension of the representation and practice of the tradition, but also the conveying of the knowledge and the wisdom and the practice of the tradition is through family. So that's a kind of like the great irony and sort of performative contradiction of rejecting orthodoxy while investigating and crafting your own new tradition that ultimately, if you thought was true, you would actually have to teach it properly. You'd have to start the entire Episcopal phenomenon all over again. But then at that point, why don't you just be a Joseph Smith and just write a new Bible, dude? Why don't you just write a new Bible if that's the case? You don't need the history. There's no authority in the past that existed. You're the authority. You were born the authority. I was born this way. Satan even uses the Bible verses to warp the truth. That alone should tell prots they need more than the Bible. Yeah. That usually somehow doesn't, though, still. It's weird.
Not that the text is wrong. The text is fine. The text is wonderful. We love the Bible, and we believe the Bible is God's revelation to us. But there is this sense that there's also, we call it the phronema, which is there's a mindset, there's a way of thinking and a way of perceiving the world which Christ left us. And that's not as easily gotten from a text.
My reaction would be, okay, so if we have this continuity and it's based on our understanding of the apostolic succession or this line of thinkers and fathers, I would, again, probably the cliche Protestant response would be, how do we know which ones to trust? Like, how do we understand the succession of that line? And because clearly there were guys that went off and went in directions that we would not consider sort of part of our understanding of Scripture and Christianity in general. So,
see, he kind of contradicted himself right there already. He says, well, who do we know who to trust? Because we know that people veered off. Well, no. You can't be like, I'm epistemically stumped on who to trust, but also we know people veered off. Gnostics, heretics, they veered off. We know that. Well, no, that's assuming that like you're already appealing to someone you trust, historically speaking, authoritatively, that there was a thing where people went off the beaten path. Like if you read St. Irenaeus against heresies, and you agree that these people went off the path, then if you ask yourself, who do we trust? Well, if you're holding a Bible to begin with, you already trust a huge amount of people. You already answered your own question as a Protestant. The moment you hold the Bible and go, this is the source, this is the pillar of truth. Well, it's not. The church is. It doesn't say the Bible's a pillar of truth. So, but even if you said it was, like they refer to it, and some people go as far as to treating the Bible like it's like a fourth person of like a quadrinity. In the beginning was the papyri paper and the ink became flesh. The moment you say, here's the Bible, I'm looking for the truest version, like, I know this is the truth, but I'm looking for the true church. You've already found it in a sense because you're trusting a body that compiled and preserved this artifact here you're holding in your hand.
How do you kind of avoid that infinite regress just of human opinion if there's not like a bedrock criteria to judge it against? You know what I mean?
There's no way out of the regress.
Sure.
Here, already home game caller. I know you went to liturgy once, and I really commend you for that, but you are declaring yourself as the home, right? So if I asked you, game caller, I want to go home too. I'm a lost person, and I think Christianity might be true. I'm looking for the answer. You can't point us to a true church, because when you say home, I'm home, you have to point people to you then. If you're the home, and there's no home, there's no true church out there, it's just a self-declared, like a trans home, the way the trans people say, I'm this, you can't tell me otherwise. That model, you can't guide people anywhere, game caller. You can't guide people. How are you supposed to guide people to a true church if it's completely ambiguous and invisible? It's nowhere. How do you, like physically, how do you tell them where to go on Sunday if they said, where do I go to church, game caller? Do you say, come to my house? Oh, sorry. I totally misinterpreted. Embarrassing. You actually meant you were home. My bad. I thought you were using the term home like we say come home, and you're just playing a joke. My bad. This is why context is important. This shows that sola scriptura is not a good method. Apostolic succession is like seeing Jesus in the Old Testament. Once you see it, you start seeing it all over Scripture. Yeah.
It's the Bible or it's a community.
I know,
There's
sorry.
no way
I'm really late to it. I apologize.
Out of it, because the Bible.
I'm glad I still made it a decent point.
It was written by people, and the books were chosen by people. So there's no completely way out of it if you want to do it like
embarrassing
because it's kind of logical thing.
I need some biochar.
I think that in the Orthodox tradition we have this idea of the council. We have this idea that the body can recognize something to be true, and we see that as having an authority. Of course, that authority can't contradict Scripture. It can't contradict the.
Daniel says, no, we need to go anywhere. Spiritual awakening can happen anywhere, anytime. Well, that could be true, spiritual awakening, but spiritual awakening needs a context for what constitutes a spiritual awakening. I don't know, Daniel, could it be a spiritual awakening to sacrifice a child and throw him down a flight of stairs in the middle of Mexico? Are you going to tell me that can't be a spiritual awakening? Could it be? Could it be?
That which has been handed to us by the apostles, but we do believe that there is something real about that, and so we believe there's authority in the Trinitarian resolutions of Nicaea and then of the seven ecumenical councils, and so this is kind of how we know. But there's also an actual continuity, which is, we can trace the bishops all the way back to the apostles. That is, there is like a handing off of authority, kind of laying on hands, you could say, from the time of the apostles all the way to today. And so, of course, that can sometimes go wrong. But there's also.
And I think it was Ignatius who said where the bishop is where the church is, and so there's no way around this. If there's a right way to do Christianity, if there's a right way to do it, there's a right way to teach it. If there's a right way to teach it, there is an exclusivity to who teaches it and how they teach it. There's no way around this. It can't be just like, well, we all do art in different ways. I'm Bob Ross. You can't do that. You've just made it relativistic. You can't correct someone. There can be no such thing as a correction, which is crazy because, like, you have letters. Like, so much of church history are extra biblical letters, correction letters, guidance letters, right? This is what fathering would be. This is what priesthood is. Even in the family sense, is being of a body where you have access to some form of guidance. That even the man, the father, who's supposed to be the big head honcho of the house, is also submissive to a larger body and ultimately guided in many ways. But without that, what do you have? You're the guy, dude. You're the revelator. You're the church father. You're the priest. You're everything. You're the church. Your own body. That's it. That's the alternative. And honestly, there's no in between. There's no in between. Like ostensibly, it looks like there's in between, like a gradient. Like people can be closer and further. But the principle, I don't think so. I think the principle is there's either the true church or there's no church. It's that simple. It's either or, a true dilemma. There's either the true church or no true church. There's no like parts. You can't split or divide Christ's body where his arm is somewhere in New Mexico. And we have to find all the parts and then sew them together like a Franken body. Nope. That's not what he said.
Also, you could say a kind of immune system in the body that eventually ejects the problems and kind of returns back to the truth of Christ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm not trying to sound circular here, but it's like the rubric or the matrix for even identifying the thing that needs to be expelled or exposed
is correct.
Right, that's probably what makes guys my instincts uncomfortable, right? Because it's like, well, I have to have this objective standard, because if I don't, how do I even know what to eject? And again, as I said, that's where there's probably elements of a rationalistic enlightenment overemphasis on how.
Well, yeah, it's like your reasoning. Like natural theology. It's like the same, it's a kind of a similar problem where you're like, well, I'll just reason through it. I'll get there. Like, honestly, you can't just reason through biblical interpretations that you're unaware are incorrect or correct. And so what they do is, well, I'll just pray. I'll abandon the reason, and I'll appeal to the Holy Spirit to get the correct interpretation, even though holding the Bible itself assumes we already were delivered the correct use and interpretation of Scripture. In fact, how would you be certain you should even be reading, like Steelborn said? Why would you even be certain about what you're reading, that you should even be reading it to try to understand what it means? Could be all gibberish for all you know. Leads to perennialism. Protestantism leads to perennialism if you follow its logic. Yeah, if you're consistent, if you do the work, right? If you actually do the work.
Having to have perfect logic? Is that what makes me uncomfortable? What makes me uncomfortable about this?
No, I think that what makes, I don't know what makes me uncomfortable, but I can try to surmise this, is that
sure.
There is, in fact, you're right, an Enlightenment understanding of the notion of factuality, right? So it's like, I want data that I can analyze, and therefore the text, the Bible, as seen in this way, is a kind of solid factual thing that I can hold in front of me.
Yeah, essentially sterling, and you could extrapolate that and say perennialism is like that all views and all traditions have some sort of universally binding thing, and this is different than I always forget the other one. What's the other one, you guys? I always get them confused. There's another one that's a little bit more new agey that tries to bind everything together as one thing. But then, there's an element of, in Orthodoxy, there's logos spermaticos, which accounts for any ostensible truth nuggets that pop up or patterns in Peugeot's language. These invariant archetypical patterns that show up. An Orthodox view would be the church itself, the body, in a sense, is the archetype of reality itself. There's no place you can look where it doesn't map on to that schema. You could look at hierarchy, order, logos in the earlier sense of the term logos. All of these things, beauty, aesthetic, it all binds it together. The use of your senses, everything. But there could be things that pop up across time that percolate that seem to be true, that might very well be a true sort of bit. But the thing is, a bit of something can't be true unless there's a holistic account for properly taking it from there and going, oh yeah, no, that actually is a type of truth. It actually necessitates a holistic view of reality, a full paradigm that makes that true to begin with. It can't be true on its own. It's not self-evidently true. It's not true by way of it resonates with me, bro. It's not vibe checking true. It has to be true under the already assumed paradigm that there is a holistic true paradigm to begin with, to even filter it out to begin with.
And I can analyze with my mind, and that I can be certain of what's in the text, right? I can be certain of what's like written down. But at least my contention is that there is no certainty down there. That is, the certainty is in Christ. And Christ gives his...
How does that follow from Protestantism? If you reject an authoritative stance on holy tradition, you're making a new tradition. If you make a new tradition, the more traditions you make that do forms of Protestantism, you're forced, right? You're either forced to declare that there's an authoritative way to do it that's always been the case since Christ, and you're going to hold them to it, or you got to let them do their iterations. And what we see, Game Caller, is the iterations have pretty much are dominating the West now, the iterations. And the iterations are a symptom, he's saying. It's a symptom. Protestantism, even if they were correct in pointing out certain things with Catholicism that was wrong, they kind of overcorrected, and they didn't, instead of going, wait, maybe there's actually a true church still. We got to look. Instead of doing that, they went, not that. We're going to craft a not that identity, and then we're going to overcorrect and craft our new path. It leads to the same road. It's this road to the same end, which is multiplicity of you have to claim there's a multiplicity of God's body, of Christ, the body of the church. That it could have multiple parts in different, that operate differently in different places. It's like, that's a broken church. That's a divided body. You have to believe in a divided body. Now, the only way to try to justify a workable divided body is to take somewhat of a perennialist approach.
Influence, gives his revelation, and that revelation is important. It's without it, we don't have boundaries. But a good way of thinking about it is more to think of the Bible as a kind of wall that is preventing us from going astray. Mm-hmm. But the life of the church doesn't come from the Bible, right? The life of the church comes from Christ in us and from the Holy Spirit. And that's really important to always kind of remember. Of course, it doesn't take anything away from Scripture. But what we've seen it is like when we make the Bible into simply an amount of data that can be analyzed, then it gets deconstructed. And we've seen that happen in the last 100 years, where now we have these horrible Bibles with like parentheses and like the last part of this gospel is in some text, but it isn't. And like some little thing where this is in 5 of the original and this is not. And these insane Bibles where everything gets questioned and the data gets deconstructed at the level of materiality.
Perennialism. Well, you got to look at the whole term of it, right? Perennialism in the sense, generally speaking, in philosophy, and then you get into perennialism theologically. You have to kind of examine both. Okay, it's the idea that every single type of religion embodies and holds some transcendent truth that unifies them all, right? And there, unfortunately, the invitation to do like weird ritual dances to freaking fertility gods on the premises for Catholics, on the premises of the Vatican, this would be like, oh, well, they have something true too. And they have something true too. Oh, we're all welcome. The truth is just an umbrella. It's not the person of Christ who established a church that's very rigid in its practices. It's not that. It's the truth is, well, they'd be like, the truth is Christ. Yeah, but he's holding the umbrella. And the umbrella is an extension of his hand, but the umbrella has such a large diameter that it includes so many other things under it. Come on. Like the Statue of Liberty, dude. It's like the Statue of Liberty for theology. It's like, bring everything. Bring all of it. Bring everything you got. Don't change. Don't repent and change. Don't correct. Just bring what you got. Tell you what. You bring all your heretical views and practices. We'll do the work in picking out what parts seem okay. You keep your practices. We'll do the sifting for you. You don't have to change anything, but you get to be a part of this. You don't have to change anything, but you get to be a part. We'll do the sifting.
Certainty is not in materiality. That is really a big mistake. Certainty comes from heaven. It doesn't come from earth. And
ecumenism, oh, that's a part of it. It's a part of it, but ecumenism, it's like related, but I don't think they're identical. They can very well lead to the same outcomes, but
therefore we always have to.
And by the way, if you guys have further questions, you can go to any of these discords. Like Mello said, these questions are good. You can get really into them, like on my Discord if you want, or go over to some other Orthodox Discord.
Remember that our certainty comes from the incarnation. Right? It comes from knowing that God has become man, and knowing that is the source of certainty. Because once that enters your heart, right? Because once you know about the incarnation and you know what that is, there's no turning back. Like, it is the key to reality. And I think that's the most important thing. The most important thing is the incarnation of Christ. And then the rest.
Yeah, I mean, that's the, honestly, Vigo, that is kind of brutally well put, honestly. Yeah.
There, like I said, think of it as like guardrails, like things to help us when we're confused, and it can help us kind of make sure that we don't step out. And if you look at, like, if you look at the councils, for example, like the early councils.
Jimbo just got mocked by an actual philosopher on Twitter. That statement is hilarious. Just that statement is hilarious.
What you can see is, in some ways, what we call heresy.
That's
is
the state
the word
of
heresy
philosophy.
means something like choice, right? And this is mostly where heresy comes from. It's mostly that we see an aspect of Christ's revelation and we hold on to it. And then we hold on to it to the exclusion of other aspects. And so we see that Christ is definitely a man, and so if he is a man, then he can't be God. And we hold on to that, and we see that in the text. And then someone later goes, yeah, but Christ is really God, right? So then we hold on to that, and we just want that. And we refuse to understand the fullness of the revelation. And most heresies, that's what it is. It's that there's some aspect of scripture or of something that's true that we kind of hold on to too tight. And then we struggle to see the fullness of the revelation.
What is it about the human condition, or just our instincts to want to not be comfortable sitting in that mystery? What leads us in that direction and makes us turn it into this?
Yeah, I think we want
factual.
We want to own things. In some ways, to some extent, I think it's the garden all over again. It's like we want to hold it, we want to have it, we want to be able to say, this, I master this. But if you think you're going to master the incarnation of God in the world, like, it's not going to happen. You're not going to master the resurrection. I remember people are like, well, I have proof. We're going to find proof of the resurrection. You're not going to find proof of the resurrection. What are you talking about? Like, you're not going to master the incarnation of God.
I could put this in a different way. I like how he's putting it, because, there's an element of like, well, I want to master, he's like, you want to get it in a cup so it's controlled, and you get to sort of, what would you call it? Like when you break a horse kind of thing. And the thing is, like, with these mysteries, like, he's right. But, and also in the realm of apologetics online, there's a distinction that he's actually saying without even saying it, which is a lot of apologists are stuck in classical foundationalism and trying to argue for the certainty or likelihood of the Christian worldview but they're doing it from the materialist lens. And that's not the wholeness of the faith. You're going to have to bite the bullet. You're operating in two separate categories that Christianity includes, but you don't take the evidentialist approach or the classical foundationalist approach to make sense of all of the Christian doctrine, dogma, practices, sacraments, resurrection, all of this, right? You can't. He's saying you can't. Yeah, you can't. That's why it's foolish to try to be an apologist online and be like, no, I'm going to go the evidential route for everything. And it's like, no, it's foolish. It's foolish.
God, it's there to master you, right? It's there to rule over you. And that's why when we talk about the mystery, when St. John at the end of his gospel says that, that all the books of the world could not contain what Christ brought, what Christ did. This is to say, look, like I said, these are the guardrails. Like, Christ is much more than Scripture. Christ is more than all of our traditions. He's always beyond that. And so we always have to remember.
Who determines what is Scripture in the New Testament again? The Orthodox Church determined the books of the Bible, of the New Testament. Is that what you mean? What is Scripture? They determined that. Historically, it was determined.
Remember that even as Orthodox Christians who love the liturgy and have all these rules and have all these things, we always have to understand. And if you read the Fathers and you read the Saints, they'll always remind you that Christ is more.
Well, I would say the Bible becomes one of the, well, if not the sticking point, right? Because that, as you said, undergirds that desire to have a perfect system.
This guy's going to be orthodox.
Systematic theology, a perfect understanding of everything, and unwillingness maybe on some level to embrace the inevitable mystery that you would think intuitively would come from a God that is so vastly superior to us in every possible way. If by definition we can perfectly master him in a bunch of systematic ways. Is he God anymore? I mean, it would seem...
And the other thing is, I like this framework, actually, Jonathan's using, because it's like, you want to master it. And another way of saying this is like it's a technology. Like Christianity and these conceptions, they have to be a technology that I have to be able to understand every element in the Swiss Army knife of Christianity. And ultimately, to prove that to people is to turn it into a technology. This is like when the atheist says, if Christianity is true, how about have God do a party trick for me then? That's trying to master God. That means turning him, you're the subject, and now you get to utilize a tool called God, or a tool named Christ, or a tool named prayer, and these things. And that's like an impulse that people want, and then you're foolish to entertain that. To entertain those demands of people is foolish.
Intuitive from that sense, but of course, then one of the next thing that is, if the Bible is our source of everything, then the big one is salvation, right? What does it mean to be saved? And I think I don't think any honest Protestant would be unwilling to admit that we've oversimplified what salvation is. We're so concerned that we don't attach anything to it that would even hint at the possibility that I contributed to my salvation. We've just made it this box.
Marilyn says, muting me for a whole night is crazy when I didn't even get to finish my explanation. $50 to mute Marilyn for 24 hours. $50 is on the table. $50, Marilyn gets muted for 24 hours.
To check. How do you understand salvation? And are any of the fears in the opposite direction that, well, they're just making it about works? Are those founded? How do we understand this from your perspective?
Yeah, I think that really from the Orthodox perspective, we kind of just step out of this whole faith works debate. We're just not in it. It's very confusing once you kind of start to enter into the mind of the fathers. This type of debate that ended up happening it seems just confusing.
It is. It's insanity. I call it insanity. This dichotomy of faith versus works, it's one or the other, is crazy, because it's just like you're immediately in a contradiction. The moment you teach faith alone, you're doing a work.
The way to understand salvation in the Orthodox...
It's supposed to be 100? That's fair enough. Yeah. Thanks for the correction. Yes, 2 different people can do it. It doesn't have to be one person. $100 for Marilyn. She even knows it's good for her. Look at her. She knows that it's good for her. So there it is. Could be 250s from two different people. Could be a singular 100. 24 hours muting the New Age Gnostic monist Marilyn. Monist Marilyn, we call her.
Sense. If you read St. Athanasius, you read, his essay on the incarnation, you understand that the salvation is an ontological reality. That is, salvation is Christ going through all the levels of being. That is, God entering into the world and then assuming.
Yeah, Domega. Yeah, but some of them, like a Calvinist, I wonder, did you repent or did God use you as a repentance puppet? Repentance puppet. I'm sorry. What should I do? That's okay. You're good. It wasn't you anyway. It was your filthy spirit. You didn't have my grace, so you did what you did. You were determined to, so you're really not held to any account. But also, you're not actually credited in any meaningful way for your will in the matter of altering your actions to align with God. I did that.
Assuming all the aspects of reality. And in assuming those aspects, he saves them. He gathers them into himself. So salvation is the gathering of creation into God. That is what salvation is. That's the point. It's not just salvation, it's the point of creation. It's why God created the world in the first place. It was because he wanted, as a lover, to be united with his creation. That is the whole reason. Or else why? Like, what is going on, right? And so the incarnation is not just something there to solve a problem of sin. Salvation was the incarnation was the purpose of creation from the beginning. Right? And we see that in when we talk in Scripture about the Lamb of God that was sacrificed before the foundation.
It's not about credit. No, it's not about credit, dude. It's about your will. Did you do something or not? When you did something wrong, did you do something wrong? When you did something right, did you do something right? It's about will. It's about free will. It's not about credit. It's about free will.
Foundation of the world. It is trying to get us to understand that the incarnation.
Let's take it a step further. It's not even about credit. It's about culpability. Swap the word credit for culpability. Are you culpable for what you do, or the bad things you do, you had no say in the matter because you were just absent God's irresistible grace. And when you did something good, it wasn't you either. You was a puppet.
Incarnation is not only a kind of thing that God has to do to like kill his son, to like replace our sins in order so that if we believe that, then when we die, we don't go to hell. Like, that is not sufficient. It's not sufficient to understand what God is doing in the world. And so what is salvation? Salvation is the participation in that process. It is you entering into Christ, and through that participation in his body, to enter into the body of God for all intents and purposes. That is to become God's bride, to become the one that is united with God. We actually, in the Orthodox tradition, we believe that
there's only God's will, everything else is inertia, I believe. Then your beliefs are inertia. So why should we listen to a mechanistic output of inertia? No, there's God's will, right? Supersedes all will, God's providence, but God can't violate your will. Otherwise, you're undermining God, the nature of God himself. So to say there's God's will, but everything you do is deterministic, is to say God's will is that to violate your free will and you don't have any will. And if you believe something, guess what? You don't actually have a belief. You're actually a mechanism. You're just an effect of inertia. You're an effect. You got no will in the matter, including your beliefs.
The ultimate vision is participation in divine nature, as St. Peter talks about. It's Theosis. That's the purpose of creation. God made us to then unite us with him. And so you have to become something. Maybe that's a good way of understanding how we see salvation, is that being saved is to be something. And so if you say, I believe in Jesus, and then you're not transformed into something, then what are you talking about? What is this salvation? To be saved is to be transformed. And so, of course, it's through faith. That is, through an attachment to God. We are attached to him and we begin that transformation.
This guy's going to be Orthodox. If I do anything good, it's only because of God. If I do anything bad, then it's whatever. If they're right, are you being facetious? Oh, are you criticizing the Calvinist view? I didn't know if you were holding it or not. I apologize.
But it does obviously mean works. Not works in the sense that I'm doing all the right things to make my daddy God happy. Works in the sense that you have to change. Like you have to become the thing that Christ is describing. You have to attain the perfection of Christ. That's what you're moving towards. And that is what salvation is. There's no difference in Orthodoxy between salvation, justification, sanctification. All of these things are aspects of the same reality. That is the possibility of being free.
We can't earn our way. Yeah, this is still like sort of, even the soteriology is still very modern, the way even these questions, like earning. It's like, you know what's a really good book by Father Stephen DeYoung is God is a Man of War, because the idea of judgment itself, I think, better than at least any books that I know of, present a coherent understanding of what judgment is to begin with. That God's judgment is taken out of the realm of like you studied for a test, or you did these like legalistic tasks, and then there's a grading paper or something like that, as opposed to a setting of divine order that orients you toward that sets your orientation toward God, whatever it may be. And so when you ask these questions, if you ask from a modern conception of heaven and hell, location spaces that are preferable and non-preferable, this kind of modern lens, relatively modern lens of heaven and hell and soteriology, you kind of have to like rewind and unlearn and then relearn again.
Free from your sins, free from your desires, joined in love with God. These are all the same things.
Of course, I think the way I would have heard what you said described in far less eloquent language is, we are saved in a sense. There's this defining moment of the Holy Spirit revealing to me my need for God, my sinfulness, but from there, a proper understanding would include a recognition that there is then a lifelong journey of sanctification that needs to take place, which is more and more and more aligning myself with God's design and desire for me and for the way I'd be useful to.
Faith matters. Well, that's the thing. This whole question, Trevor, in the chat even, is faith and works. Well, what's faith for? Like, every action we take is faith-based. Like, whenever we take an action, it's based on faith. Every time. Take an action, it's based on faith. And so there's no separation between the two. And so, no, you can't intellectualize yourself to God. You can intellectualize the necessity of God logically. You can get somewhere with reason somewhere. You can get somewhere. It's just that when it comes to the praxis of faith, you're now engaging with something beyond intellectualizing. Hence, anyone who's not been to a divine liturgy, I don't know any other example, honestly, that can give you an account experientially of what this distinction would look like in action. So faith matters because it informs you of your actions. If faith is all you need, you don't need to do any actions. There's no, you don't have any responsibility as a father, brother, mother, son, daughter. You don't have any responsibility as a human being. There's no, you're not called into any sort of action. You're not called to participate in the sacraments. You just use your faith as a sort of like a workaround. It's funny. It's a kind of like, and I never saw it this way, but it's kind of very Jewy.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
In the sense, it's like a loophole. Where it's like, I've got a workaround. I faith myself in. And it's like, you got the tramp stamp that said faith say faith alone on your back, and so I already got the ticket. And you're like, wait, so you can't fall? You can't fall off the ladder? Nope. It's a magnet ladder. What? You can't fall? No, I can't. I can't sin anymore. It's impossible. I can't do it. It's impossible. It's like you know what it is? It's almost like a nature change. Like you've changed your fundamental nature of having the capacity through your will and action to move away or toward God. And when you're saved, from a lot of these views anyway, when you're saved, your fundamental nature changes such that it's impossible to sin. You change it. You're just that, and they get it. They in their mind they go, I'm fundamentally changed. Like your heart, and what they mean is like you can change your heart. You can soften your heart. You can come to know God. You can be saved, being saved, and will be saved. But to say that your fundamental nature changed, that it's impossible to do otherwise, you've not only removed your will, you're saying that being saved by God, his intervention, removed your free will. You can't say that. You can't say that. That's like saying you got possessed by God. That's like a form of possession that overtakes your body that you can't do otherwise. And the irony is the very action that you're saying is made possible violates God's nature. It's got to be synergistic or it's nothing. There's no way of doing it. You can't examine this from the other view. It's you become a puppet, dude. You just become a puppet. And it's like, that goes against everything. That goes against Genesis. That goes against our view of the image bearer status. It violates all the metaphysics of Christianity, if that's the goal. It's like saying the ultimate goal of theosis is to remove your free will.
To him in the world. Is that a distinction without a difference? Is that thinning out what you described? Or yeah.
The first thing is that you have to start your description not in you, but in Christ. Like you're not saved when you heard God. You were saved when Christ died on the cross and resurrected on the third day. That's when you were saved. And therefore, our participation in the life of Christ is what makes us enter.
Oh, that's a good one right there, Mello. That's a beautiful one. Would you agree that the work of compiling Scripture was a necessary condition for you to believe in faith alone? Oof, that one hurts. Mello, you gangsta. Gangsta. Or the Great Commission, right, Mello? Go back. But that one's good. That one's a juicy one. Guys, this is a copy and paste moment. This is meme-worthy, Mello. That's what I call him, meme-worthy Mello.
Into salvation. And so that's the first thing I would say. And then the second thing is, to be saved is to be something. So again, what's important is like this idea that you could be this, for example, like the idea that you could be this like guy who like, believed in Jesus one day, but is like addicted to different things and is struggling with all of these things and is sinning and is prideful and is doing that. And the idea that when you die, that suddenly you're going to be in the presence of God, like the beatific presence of God. Why would you be in the beatific presence of God? You don't want to be in the beatific presence of God. Like God's not going to force you to be in his beatific presence. It's like you are what you are. If you don't want to be in God and you don't want to enter into God, then the idea that when you die, you're suddenly going to want to be in God, that's ridiculous. Like,
that's a good point too. Olaf, thank you so much. John 6, therefore, they said to him, what should we do so that we may work for the works of God? ? Jesus answered and said to them, this is the work of God, that you believe in him whom he has sent. Right.
You are what you are, and so that's what I mean by salvation, is that it's like salvation is your like you become heaven. Like you can be in heaven now. You don't have to wait until you die. You can be in hell right now. Of course, there is an eschatological like realization of that, but these are realities that are there Like the kingdom of heaven is now. It's not sometime in the future, you know?
Totally. And I guess I know myself enough to realize that, you know, again, not to pretend I'm the Apostle Paul, but
I would like to come on the show right this second, have a formal debate. I'm not debating until after Lent. There's probably a variety of discords you can go to. Thank you, Cool, for the raid, sir. But is Calvinism true? I mean, I could pretty much end that debate right now. You're a Calvinist? Well, debating would assume Calvinism is false. So that's a kind of a, yeah, he will be. Yeah. God willing.
But, you know, I do what
I think this is his channel, Provoke and Inspire. Small channel, 10.8, but I like his approach. He, like, you know, I don't know how to detect it, and I could be wrong on these things, but you get a sense of people who are seeking. He has a sense that he's seeking.
Don't want to do, and what I want to do, I don't do.
He has a humble sense to him. He doesn't have a combative, you can't tell me what to do thing. You know what I'm saying? I like that.
Ooh, there's this horrific's a dramatic word. There's this trying experience of being human where I don't want to be impatient with my wife, but I did it again. I don't want to be a jerk. I don't want to think only of myself. And so it's this wrestling with it, but I don't have a relationship to that as someone who is trying to earn God's love. I genuinely feel a love and intimacy with Jesus in it.
This guy's going to really get theosis. This guy's going to really get the practice and participation in orthodoxy as an ongoing hospital visit. He's really going to get it, this guy. So, you know, keep this guy in your prayers. I don't know his name, but his channel looks like Provoke, and I'll give him a follow. Provoke and Inspire. Help this guy get into liturgy, this one. Do what you guys can. Don't pester him or troll him or anything, but definitely.
Trust in him.
Quit running. I'm not debating during Lent. And running would assume I have free will, which goes against Calvinism. So you're already in a contradiction.
Him to go, oh man, I want everything you have for me now. I want everything you have for me tomorrow.
Hey, if I'm running, is that God making me run, or is that my complete, utter brokenness that is determining that I'm running, that I'm determined to run? If I'm running and it's determined, I have no will in the matter if I'm running. And if I'm not running, then then I'm not doing that either.
Forever.
Alchemist. It's a joke, bro. My bad.
I want all of it.
I've been turning autistic, dude. I think being a YouTuber makes you autistic. What if that's the cause of autism and it's not the jibby jabs? Probably not, though. But what if it's like our interaction with chats are training us to not pick up on social cues, but it has a different level of effect on different people? Where they're looking at screens and chats, and they're not picking up on us like the necessary contextual elements to know what the social cue is. And all they have is just like emotionless text walls. But some of us can sort of navigate and make our way and better than others. Oh boy.
Give me all of it.
Oh boy.
You are better than anything else I've tasted and seen. And yet, it's if any snapshot of my life was to be the defining proof that I'm saved, I'd make me nervous, if I'm honest. Like, because you can catch me in a bad moment on any day. What do I do with that?
Well, I think it's also because, again, like, I think, I mean, can I say this? Like, I think that
220, you guys, let's make this my last goal. You guys could be hyper vigilant here. 9 chats in 12 minutes. Consider it a taxation for my work. Consider it a tip. For those of you who missed it, I'll end by playing the skit again, because it's a pretty fun one. 600 people. Yeah, there's actually less people here. So you guys, let's reach that goal. I'll play the skit one more time, and I'll let you guys be on your way. on your day. Save the goal, achieve dono is. Thank you, Unhip Bone, and well, Emmanuel, appreciate you.
This switch that you talk about, like this kind of switch, at least that's not the way that the Orthodox kind of perceive it. And also, there is a reality about salvation, which is also we are all kind of participating in each other's salvation. This is something that we really believe, which is that we pray for each other, and we
appreciate you. Kokomo,
we help each other in this process, and that's why Orthodoxy looks the way it does. It's confusing for some people to say, well, it's like why are you praying to the saints? Why are you asking for the saints to pray for you? All of this stuff. Well, it's because of what we're talking about here, which is that we all, in loving compassion, see the weaknesses of our brothers. We see our weaknesses. We ask people to pray for us. We ask the saints to pray for us. We pray for
Thank
others.
You so much,
and
Osmo.
there is, in some ways, a mystery in which God is also saving us through that process, and that this like reduction of salvation to like just me and God, right? This like I'm just this lonely little figure in the world, and God is there, and it's like just this vertical thing. And that's not what I see in Scripture. I see that the body that exists in the communion of love is also saving us, right? It's changing us, it's transforming us, and it's leading
Grifty Business,
us to.
Thank you so much for your 10 piece.
Yeah, to be closer and closer to God. And so obviously it's also the same for us when we think about, we have this vague, it's very vague. We're not very tight about it, but this vague idea that there's mercy, that God has mercy on us, and that mercy will work itself out. We have to ask for forgiveness. We have to constantly be repentant of our sins, but we also trust on God and His mercy and His His loving embrace of us. So it's all of those things kind of mixed. But it's good once in a while to be scared. I know that Protestants don't like that. They want to be certain of their salvation. It's like the certainty of.
Thank you, Jez. Heck, $5. My first time watching live. Thank you so much.
Your salvation
Jez,
is in Christ, dude. It's not in you. So it's good to be scared once in a while, because maybe that'll make you stop watching porn or whatever the hell you're doing. Like, it's good to be a little afraid, because that's like fuel to move towards God.
Yeah. No, and I'm not. I don't feel a fear in any of this. If I'm honest, I just want to learn, and I'm suspicious.
This guy's gonna be Orthodox
of my own.
You did it. Chase says, some do not fulfill the commandments, quote, yet think they possess right faith. Others fulfill them and expect the kingdom as something owed to them. Both are mistaken. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It gets into that, like, well, I'm doing all the right things. I did the stuff, right? I did all the stuff. You guys have it wrong. Yeah. We don't know. That's the thing. That's also the beauty of Orthodoxy. We know that there's a path for us. We don't deny that. We don't say, I don't know the path. I couldn't be so arrogant to say I know the path. That would be to reject that Christ revealed that there's a path. So we do say there is a path for salvation, but we can't skip to we know others, we know ours, as per that quote. We know others. We know ours.
Own blind spots. I'm certainly aware that the proclivity of humans to overreact.
The good uneasiness. I like that. I like that.
Throw the baby out with the bathwater. And so part of why I was so excited about this conversation is that I know there are things that are we need course correction in a lot of ways, and I'm not content to be someone who just has this binary wasn't saved, now I'm saved.
You already are. Okay, again, I told you guys, 24 hours, $100. I mean, that's pretty good to have Marilyn quiet. I mean, the best thing is we can get her married off.
Experience, and now I can just kind of go about, do my thing. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Like, I don't have to have any fear. Believe me, I don't believe any of that. I just also and I hate the reductionism and the just returning the faith into, well, when do I know? When is that defining line?
Chris says a natural consequence. No, that would still be deterministic, though. Like, if works are a natural consequence of faith, if what you're saying, Chris, is that it can't be otherwise, then you're removing the will in the matter and your free will in the matter. Yes, I agree with you. It's not legalistic. That what you do as a work would be reflective of your faith, but to say it's a consequence of it, if what you mean is that it's a domino falling that had to have happened. No other way could have happened. I disagree with you. If they're connected, if like your faith is a precondition for your work, yeah, your faith's going to inform your work. Your faith is going to inform your actions. Yeah, but they don't determine the action. That's the difference. Informing your action, you still have the will to take the action or fail. Determine means if you failed or didn't, it would just be reflective. You just didn't do it. Like it was determined that you wouldn't.
And yet, when the stakes are significant, in that it would seem to me that Jesus will say,
wow, unbelievable, Rip. Unbelievable.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic
say
remarks.
to some people, depart from me, I never knew you. I want to reduce it to the most basic question.
There is no free will. We, in our fallen state, would not, that's what's funny, fallen state would assume that someone had will to fail, right? How did we get into a fallen state if there's no free will? Alchemist? Can you tell me? Can you answer that question? How is it that humanity, universally, and the world, sin entered the world? How did sin enter the world if there's no free will? Without his grace, we do evil deeds? Okay. Well, then we're not culpable for our evil deeds. God is. We blame God, in fact. It was God's fault. God could have intervened with his irresistible grace and made us deterministically to do otherwise. But we did evil. It wasn't on me, bro. Can you imagine a court system like this? The judge reflects a Christian view, alchemist Christian view. The lawyer says, well, I mean, look, he couldn't have done otherwise. Come on, man.
Basic brain can understand, just not to cover my base.
Come on, man. You just eliminated moral culpability. You can't be judged on your deterministic output. You can't be judged on a sneeze. You can't be judged for the doctor hitting your knee and your leg flinging up. What's there to be judged? How can God judge a domino falling? Bad domino.
But at least ask the question, like, how much do I have to...
Yeah, it's worse. Yeah, Mello, it's worse. It's God has no free will. Yep. It's so bad. It's the worst. Dude, Calvinism is so... Oof.
Embody it or not embody. These are all reductionistic questions, but I think...
Also, you're not made in God's image to begin with. If you don't have free will, God has no free will, or you reject that you're made in his image. It's a true dilemma. Which is it? Are you not made in God's image? And if you are, God has no free will. And of course, you shift over, of course. Dude, it never fails. You get them in a corner, and oh, but there's another thing I'm going to bring up. And there's another thing. It's like talking to Marty Leeds.
No,
get
but
the
that's
heart
a
of
rough
what I'm trying to say.
Is if you go to that image, if you go to the image of Christ saying, depart from me, I didn't know you. If you go to the goat and the sheep image, and you see what it is that Christ requires of those that he brings in, it has nothing to do with the John 3:16 like kind of Christian that says I just need to make the declaration, and then I'm saved forever. Like it's
right.
And this has nothing to do again with like works in the sense of I'm going to do things that will make Jesus happy. It's about how are you embodying Christ in the world? That is your salvation. That is, you will be saved to the extent that you embody Christ in the world. That's how much you'll be free. That's how much you'll be full of love.
I didn't flip out. Dude, come on, man. Stop.
That's how much you'll be full of grace. And then that is what will carry through. Right? That is what is real about you anyways.
I mean, I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm assuming people will be in hell, right? I mean, we believe that. It's not my business to judge necessarily someone's life on this earth. I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to...
The hardest thing about hell, and this is true, this is...
You think your free will overrides God's decree? Well, you're back to God's decree. Are we talking about God's decree or God's nature? Do you think God can violate free will? Yes or no? Can God violate, or do you think we're made in God's image? That's a better question, alchemist. Yes or no? Let's see if a Calvinist can do the yes or no thing. Alchemist, are you and me, or all of us in the chat, all of humanity, are we made in God's image? Are we made in God's image?
This is something that you see both in kind of traditional Orthodoxy and in Catholicism, and it's the hard one, is that the people in hell want to be there. That's the hardest thing to understand, but you have to realize that God lets us. God does not force himself upon us. God is not a rapist. God lets the relationship be real. And
okay. And being made in God's image, does that include that? Does God have free will? Right? So from what view, when you say we're made in God's image, from your view that you're defending, what's the distinction here that we're made in God's image? What are these components? What are the characteristics? What does it mean distinctly to be made in God's image, such that the animals are not? What's distinct about a human that we're made in God's image and the animals are not? Tell me. Depends on what you mean, not what I mean. Okay? Depends on what you mean. He exists outside of space-time, his will and his... Nope. Answer the question, please. From your position, how are we made in his image? What does that mean for you when you say that? And make an example. Make a distinction between us and animals. What makes us made in God's image? What is it about us that you know we're made in God's image versus the animal? I asked that. Fair enough. I'm asking you a very specific question. The free will thing, there's no point to it. There's no point to asking the free will. Does God have free will that he can choose if made in God's image isn't covered? It doesn't matter. You gotta ask the image bearer question, because that's the only thing that matters here. Depends on what you mean. Marionettes, yeah, we're marionettes. I don't know that. God chose for us to be made in his image. What does God made in God's image means? Yes, I asked that 3 times. What does it mean from your view to be made in God's image such that animals aren't?
And if we don't want God, then we're not going to have him, you know. And so I think that that's always important to understand, is that this is a harder one. I mean, I think for kind of more, I think that the thing that we can be certain of is that whoever does not want to be in hell, God will not place them in hell. That's what I really believe. That if God wants to save everyone, God wants to save all of creation, and he weeps, you know, for those who do not want to be in communion with him. So that's I think, and so I think for ourselves, then we can move in that, and we can realize and ask ourselves all the time, like, what is it that I love? What is?
Any answer yet? I don't know. I suppose it means we have the capacity for good through his grace. We're made in his image, so we have the capacity to be a fidget spinner. So to be made in God's image is to be that we're a vessel that can be taken over by God. That's what it means to be made in his image. Like a bobblehead. So could from that view, there's nothing distinct then about an animal. From your view, a God could take over an animal and do charity work, right? So there's nothing distinct about being made in God's image. There's nothing distinct about Christ being the icon of the Father from this view. In fact, it changes the incarnation as well. And from this view, if you really expand this wacky view, no offense, Christ could be, just the person of Christ could have incarnated a donkey. Didn't need to be a human. Because they're just sacks. They're just body sacks, dude, from this view. This is how horrific Calvinism is. It's truly, the more you look into it, it's kind of like Islam. The more you look into it, you just keep deep diving in the horrifying iterations of its consequences are just, it's like a hall of mirrors that's just dark. It's just marionette style, right? There's just marionettes. That's all it ends up being. It's horrifying. It's incoherent, though. It's not just icky. It's like, I'm not making the icky argument. It's just that it's incoherent. There's no path to walk. How do you walk a narrow path? Can you imagine someone works really hard to do like those like high wire? Who's that French dude who did the high wire between the Twin Towers or whatever? Like if the high wire, the narrow path is walking with God, then the Calvinist view is that it took nothing. There's no such thing as a sacrifice. Here's like, dude, the entailments are just, they're just flooding me now. From the Calvinist view, there's no such thing as a sacrifice. Yeah, JB, Christ incarnate. Yeah, the humanity of Christ. Oh, dude, wow, it's everywhere. This is wild. I almost want to list them so I don't forget them. JB, Christ incarnate either had free will or was a schizophrenic, and he had free will and also was determined. Yeah, his human nature, his full human nature was completely meat sack. It was a meat sack. But then the sacrifice part is nuts. Foreknowledge doesn't negate free will. No, that's not true. Nope. You need an argument for that one. Knowledge, God being outside time, knowing all things doesn't stop you from acting. That's just totally not, that doesn't follow at all. You just imagined that. That's assuming God operates in time. No. Knowledge, look, it's really simple. Does the knowledge of something assume that that you caused that thing? The knowledge of something unfolding, does it follow that you determined the cause of that? No. Yes. Yes. He said there's the distinction. He said that the distinct thing was about like the sort of spirit of human. And that spirit of humankind, it was actually really bad. He said it wasn't just Jesus low motion. It was that the universal humanity can be in a donkey. That the thing, humanity, the distinction, humanity, could be in a donkey. That's what it is. It's like, no wonder you defend evolution. Chain Wax, Wounded by Love, a book on Saint Porphyrios, gives a very clear view of what it's meant by suffering for Christ. We call it to walk a narrow path with humility. Yeah, there's sacrifice. If you have no free will, sacrificing, making one choice over another, that's illusory. God did it. You didn't even make a choice. You didn't sacrifice anything. There's no such thing as sacrifice under Calvinist view. The donkey argument is so dumb. What do you think God's image means? What do you mean? It's not what I think. You all sit on the fence? Well, in short, you could say being made in God's image is being reflective of his character. In short. Reflective, not identical, reflective. But if you have no free will and you're reflective of his character, even if you took that broad assessment of it, you're already in trouble as a Calvinist. Like that's how brutal the Calvinist view is. You could give the most basic summary of image bearer status, and it's already blows Calvinism out of the water. It breaks Calvinism. We can't be reflective of God and his character, and you hold that we have no free will, then God has no free will if we're reflective of his character. I said being made in his image means having the ability to commit good. No, you don't have the ability. You have the ability to be used as a fidget. It's not you. There's no you, dude. What are you talking about? You're in a contradiction. If you have the ability to do good, then you could do good. You said you have the ability to be used like a fidget spinner to do good. Now you're changing it. It's not you who does any good. It's God using you as a marionette. Okay? If we truly believed we were God's image, we're made in God's image, Marilyn, made in God's image. We know we would never intend to die. People believe this is why women shouldn't vote. I mean, appreciate the $10, but this is exactly why women don't teach theology and exactly why women shouldn't vote. It's not logical. That's not an argument. That's not valid. Okay? Which white wine are you drinking? Which white wine are you drinking? Can I steel man Calvinism? Yeah, they essentially believe in tulip, right? That's the steel man of Calvinism. They believe in total depravity, that your very nature is so depraved, you can't do anything. You need to be picked up by the strings of your marionette doll, and you need to, God needs to do the good dance for you. They believe in election, or unconditional election in the TULIP acronym. Limited atonement. I is irresistible grace. That's the thing that overtakes you, which is basically spiritual possession, but for God, which is extremely perverse. And the preservation of the saints, which is hilarious. That part they should just take off because it's just hilarious. To say you could be a saint, that there can be people who can be saintly, would be to go against the TULI in tulip. To be a saint. That there's such a thing as saintly? No, there's just God. That's like God using tools and putting some of them on the shelf and painting them nicely and being like, that's my favorite marionette tool. Why is he a saint? I used him the most. He was my favorite puppet during the time of humanity. Excellent. I mean, I did excellent. He was... that's like a marionette show where they do the dance, and then after, in a delusional state, you look at your marionette and you congratulate your marionette for the dance. You literally talk to them. You're like, good job. Just looking at you like this. Stop that man! Hey, stop that perpetrator who is determined to do what he's doing. 1 second. You stop that right now. You put her down. What's happening, Dad? We're going to church. I decided. Let's go. Get everyone get in the van. We're going to get in the van. Gosh, I hope God steers my car today correctly. I don't want all of us to die. Dude, so wild. Freaking wild. Absolute divine ventriloquy. Do you guys believe in the ventriloquy? You guys believe in that? You guys hold the ventriloquy, right? Ventriloquy. That's hilarious, though. Rich, nicely done. W's in the chat for Rich. Based on my human preconceptions, I assume God can't create secondary causes. Therefore, I can limit God, which proves foreknowledge and tells causation. There's so much more, too. Thank you for that, Emmanuel. Here's another one. You can't come to God. You can't come to the truth. That has to overcome you. And so this moment when you were totally depraved and then you were, saved or whatever, you literally deny your own identity. It's like spiritual evolution, where you deny one identity and it becomes another. The nature of one becomes another. And so there's no moment. You could, in other words, theoretically, God could take over your body. You do a bunch of good things. You wake up the next day. It's like a reverse blackout. And the horror stories where people are drunk and they black out and they do horrendous things and they wake up, they have no idea what they did. Like, you could make a thriller movie, but it's for Calvinism. And instead of the guy murdering someone when he was dead, he just did a bunch of good things. He went on a binge. He wakes up all groggy. His wallet's out. What have I done? He later learns that day, all these people thank him. Oh, what did I do last night? I hope it's not on the internet. It is on the internet. Man saves baby whale. Man feeds the poor. Man stops a bullet. I don't remember any of this. You saved my family. Yeah, you saved my family. What? What happened? He mowed everyone's lawns. Dude mows everyone's lawns. I believe in one God that can take over my body, both involuntary and involuntary. Just pure involuntary. Dude, this is the weirdest part, Vigo. The fact that Bonson, the godfather of refuting pure, strict materialism, I learned so much from his talks on this idea that molecules in motion are strict deterministically, and you couldn't know any better. Like he nailed it. He was like the LeBron James. He was like the Michael Jordan of anti-determinism in the material sense. But somehow held determinism from a theological view. So weird, dude. Never said he controls you like a puppet. Well, no, you didn't say it. It's called an entailment. You didn't say he doesn't. It's an entailment. There's no escaping this, alchemist. There's no escaping. You can't escape this. Balaam's donkey rebuking himself in Numbers kind of proves your point on the free will thing, right? Well, I mean, there's no... Free will is much bigger a problem, right, than just singular events. Like, free will is such a big necessary component for any of Christianity to make sense. Any of it. Without free will, none of it makes sense. None of it. You know what else is true? If free will doesn't exist, knowledge isn't even possible. That's how bad the denial of free will, you don't even have knowledge of Calvinism. You couldn't even know or be certain that you had knowledge of Calvinism under a non-free will position. Because the pursuit of knowledge, the pursuit of the truth, requires an activated will. If it's not you doing it, then you didn't gain knowledge. God already had knowledge. He used you as a marionette for no reason, by the way. He gains nothing from this. He is bored. Calvinism makes God the author of evil who can redeem himself by playing with a different doll. He's like a giant kid. I mean, without being blasphemous, they make God, the Father, a giant kid in a playroom who's playing with dolls. Oh, that one? Oh, yeah. He needs to win back himself into my grace. Here you go. Beep. This is it. This is Calvinism. What are you doing? I don't know. Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and remember. There's no knowledge, no humility. Most of all, no love without free will. Yeah, how can you act in love? How can you be called to act if you don't need a call? You know what a call to action is? You know, when I go, guys, pay me super chats, that's a call to action. When I say, guys, pay $100 to ban Maryland for 24 hours, that's a call to action. If you assume that the person you're calling to action can't act, then you're on wait. You're waiting for God. There's no call to action. God can't call you to action if you can't act. God calls himself to action. Excuse me? Be fruitful and multiply. Just kidding, I'll do it for you. Marionette sex. They wake up the next morning. The wife's like, did you do something to me last night? The husband's like, did you do something to me last night? It's a big mystery. It's like a murder mystery, but for good things. What's the opposite of a murder mystery? A philanthropy mystery? A good deed mystery? To whoever mentioned Numbers 22, what did the angel of the Lord tell Balaam? For the donkey is not made in God's image. Balaam is. Did Balaam have the free will to pursue greed? Well, there's no greed without free will. That's just God failing to get to get to everyone. You're like, did you see the horrific news today of all the terrible things? Did you see the pew-pew at the synagogue today? Lord have mercy. Well, they couldn't have done otherwise. Who are you going to vote for this? Are you going to vote in favor of policies that align with God? I don't know. I'm waiting for him to take over my body. Where are you going, Carl? I'm going to the polls to vote. Oy vey. Ignoring my clarification, bad faith. It wasn't me. If I'm bad faith, blame God. He didn't. Look, I don't have his irresistible grace. Why are you pretending I have any will in the matter, dude? Why are you pretending I have any will? Why are you talking to me like I'm a person who can do things like bad faith? What is that? Should I not be bad faith? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just my irredeemable nature. How are you not getting this? How are you not getting this, dude? Thank you. Kind of, yeah, actually. I gotta stop. You might be right. There might be a threshold where this could be considered debate. Thank you. But well, hold on a second. If there's no free will, am I? Though? Am I? Is it me? Am I? Free will implies the counterfactual reality that something could both with a nature and wholly different nature. There's no could have been otherwise. Yeah, ma'am. There's no could have chosen otherwise because there's no choice too also. And if it's completely deterministic, like you said, from the nature, that's like blaming a lion for being a lion. It's like, what? Lions eat stuff. The nature of the lion is to do what lion stuff does. If the nature of a certain person is absent some irresistible grace, and their decrepit, gross nature has them do a thing, it's not them, it's a nature. It's just a nature. But it's already broken because natures themselves don't act. So Calvinists have a problem because they don't have the essence-energy distinction either. Like a nature doesn't do anything. Your actions and your capabilities are proper to your nature. Your personality your limits are proper to your nature. But us participating, that would mean Christ himself taking on human nature didn't actually have human nature. Oh, totally, dude. There isn't any objectively descriptive because, well, maybe in the sense, Cambam, from a deterministic, why did the domino fall? Because the previous domino? Maybe. That's the mechanical. You can do a mechanical because, I think. But you don't have the sense of like, why did I do that? Because you can't. There's no I. Like, who is I? When you do something good, it wasn't you, it was God. When you do something bad, it was the absence of God, and it wasn't you either. It's just your nature. There is no you. It's just a determined nature. It's really... How did this get off the ground? How did it get off the ground? Pretty much. Honestly, I got to look further into its history because I'm enamored by how heretical things could truly get and how illogical things can get. I'm mystified. But when you get into it, I'm fascinated with the chronology of it, though, because heresies are old. New heresies, even if the formation of them sound a little different and there's a different culture around them, maybe there's a spearhead guy who's in a book now with a funny haircut. The heresy itself is rooted something ancient, always. And so, but I'm fascinated with the timeline. Like, I thought this about Joseph Smith, too, where it's like, what the heck, dude? Like, if you look at it, there was a massive lacking of orthodoxy in numbers, such that given the lack of communication technology and everything else that existed during the time of Joseph Smith, you didn't have a present counter that was rabid, a rabid present, abundant counter. It's like my argument for the moon landing being fake. It's like, at the time, you don't have the capacity or resources to cross-examine it in real time. So it just goes. It just goes. It just happens. And you're like, wait up. It's like the rock, it's like the carriage with the baby slowly going down the hill. And it's like there wasn't enough people at the park to stop it from going down the hill. And there it goes. And you're like, what the hell? It's crazy. Yeah, that's it. Isn't that the case? All right. Speaking of hilarious views, I'll wrap up the stream by first finding a where-to you guys should go to. I'll pick something good, I promise. And then you'll get my skit again that I played at the beginning, which kind of fun looking back on. We still got metaphysics Mike teaching people that the Trinity's false. I mean, we never left. I mean, Irenaeus did amazing work. There's so much of it still present. You just have to keep fighting against it. It's just constant. Answer from Orthodoxy to Calvin. Answer from Orthodoxy to Calvin. Is that a video or is that a reading, Mafia? Is that a video or is that something to read? Maybe we'll save that. It's always a good time. There's never a bad time to push against Calvinism. Answer from Orthodoxy to Calvin. It's funny, things from the past could sound like a really good YouTube title. You're like, is that a YouTube title? You're like, no, it's an old letter. By the looks of the YouTube search, apparently it's not a YouTube video. It's a reading. Okay, I'll check that out. I'll read it and look at it, and then maybe I'll bring it back up next stream. Okay. Machine Lies is live. That's hilarious. That's funny. That's funny. Thank you so much, Joey Pyle. Appreciate you. Very generous. 20 comes in as we close things up over here at the bar. Orthodox Church has historically rejected the Calvinist theology, particularly through the confession of Theosis. Is that the same? Interesting. I have a good short video too. Maybe tomorrow, evolutionist doesn't understand science. Yes, I actually saw that. Actually, that guy, his channel He did a good job understanding my position, if that's the one you're talking about. Alchemists, come to Orthodoxy, even though you don't believe you have the will to. Come on, man. What's the big problem? Clearly, God established Orthodoxy from your view. So get in the door, dude. What you waiting for? Why is such a core Christian doctrine not universally taught pre-1500s? Yeah. Well, the answer can only be God didn't develop it yet. That has to be the answer. Because if a development of doctrine is an act of God, then it wasn't an act of man. So God is just kind of like taking his time writing like a journal. Like humanity is God's active journal. Or like, you know, those people who collect really large models of cities and they include all the people inside. It's like Sims. It's like, well, I decided. It's like Sims religion for the world. He's just like figured I'd deliver the rest of the theology after, and it'll contradict the previous. Whatever, I'll do what I want. I'll do what I want. I'll just do what I want. It's a thought-provoking way of understanding God. I care about God, and I want to know about him. What do you mean? Want would assume you have the will, dude. You're in a constant contradiction, man. Let me ask you a question. Is your want to know God actually God intervening on you? He wants to know himself? You got a metaphysics problem, okay? I just wish you would engage with it. Like every time I talk to a Calvinist about this, they just don't engage with it. You just said, I care about God. Does that mean, is caring about God a good work? Is that consistent with someone who's, I always forget the word. What's their first one? Totally depraved? Could you care about God and be totally depraved? You're announcing that you're not totally depraved by saying I care about God. Certainly, you're announcing that you're not totally depraved to have the want to know about God. We're saying that doesn't make sense from a Calvinist view, but it does make sense from an Orthodox view. So come and see. Come and see. Good is an option only with God? I don't understand. Good is an option, so you can't choose to do good or bad, right? Neutral and evil are our default state. Okay? And did you come to that knowledge from your depraved state or from your state of grace? Because you're making truth claims now, which assumes there's a directionality toward truth. That is to say that there's a time where people don't have the truth descriptively, and then they come to the truth descriptively. So it's a contradiction. Everything you say is a contradiction. So you notice that this is why free will and truth go hand in hand, and free will, truth, and morality are inseparable, because when you say neutral and evil are the only default states, good is when God hijacks the system. So if it's neutral and evil are the default state, and then you're just like you're either a deadened empty battery of a vessel, that's your neutral state, or you're evil, you're totally depraved. Which of those states gave you the knowledge that neutral and evil are the default states? And I'm going to show you guys how Calvinism influences not only morality, but it influences epistemology. This is how. Because alchemist here and any other Calvinist has to tell me which of the states he was in where he acquired the knowledge that there's only neutral and evil states as default. He won't answer, though. He's just going to keep making more statements, though. This is... His grace allows us to go... Dude, you're not answering the question. Allows? No, it's not allows. Your contradiction. Allowance means you have the capacity to do it. He forces you to. Forces you to. It's just... Allowance would mean you have free will again, dude. You're in a contradiction. This is how it goes, though. I mean, why am I surprised? You don't understand the question? Yeah, that would assume that you have a will to understand, which do you have to wait for God's irresistible grace to understand, or? Okay, here's the question. To obtain the true knowledge of God, in this case, your claim about neutral and evil states, total depravity, right? To gain the knowledge of total depravity, do you have to already be not depraved? Do you have to be already taken by his irresistible grace? That was the first question that you didn't answer. The second question is more simple. If God allows us the capacity to do good, do we then have free will to choose otherwise? If God allows, as in your words, if God allows us the capacity to do good, can we choose to do otherwise? And honestly, it is a hijacking. I have a hypothetical that demonstrates it's a hijacking. And the hypothetical is pretty simple. The hypothetical is there is a Calvinist who swears he's graduated from his total depravity. And he's walking with an atheist who rejects Christ. He rejects all religion. He rejects God. He rejects Calvinism. He rejects his friend he's walking on the beach with. And there's a woman who's drowning in the water. And the Calvinist, in this case, alchemist, the Calvinist, you just don't understand. In this case, alchemist is the Calvinist, and he sees the woman drowning. And without even hesitation, he doesn't even say anything to his atheistic, non-Calvinist, depraved friend. And the friend doesn't ask, should we? They both go in intuitively. They both go in, equally grab the arms, left and right arms of the woman and the legs, and they, with equal participation and equal shared effort, save the woman from drowning. Now, from a Calvinist view, did only one of them do a good deed? It is. We'll probably find a place to eat or something. Thank you for that. Everybody wish her a happy birthday again. That's a hypothetical that one time on a Discord got someone really kind of bogged down in their Calvinism because they were like, wait a second. Hold on a second. If I can do a good deed by saving the woman, but that's God's irresistible grace, but the depraved guy, without hesitation, also helped me equally, you have to say that the depraved guy suddenly was taken over by grace. He didn't have any will in the matter. He just did it. He was determined to do it. If they both equally tried to save drowning women, they both did a good deed. Well, no, the question isn't whether or not they did a good deed. The question is, did the atheistic one use his will to do the deed, or do you have to say he was also temporarily hijacked by God's irresistible grace? He couldn't have not saved the woman. He couldn't have not. And this is why you guys say, well, we're not. I don't believe we're marionettes. This hypothetical demonstrates, by the way you answer, that you are. You do think you're marionettes. Of course, I don't understand total depravity. Total depravity means you're in a state that you can't do otherwise. You're in a state so depraved that you sinning is a necessary consequence of your very nature, the state that you're in. You couldn't have not sinned, right? That's what I understand about total depravity. They always do this. You don't understand it instead of answering the question. It's always the same. I don't know why I waste my time. Let me ask it a different way. Someone who's a total depraved state, if they don't follow through with a good deed, it's because they're incapable of it, right? Okay. If someone's in a totally depraved state, they're incapable of doing good, right? They're incapable. Their very state makes it incapable of doing good. Yes? You're failing to understand what's going on. Atheists aren't depraved. Fair enough. Let's just skip to whatever the worst state is. Whatever the worst possible state under Calvinism is. That's the guy on the beach. Could he do otherwise? Not hypothetically. Actually. A totally depraved person from a Calvinist view, not hypothetically. They are incapable, in this case, of saving the woman, right? Cool. How do you know someone's totally depraved then and who's elect? I told you this problem, this metaphysics problem, is an epistemic problem as well. You can't know you came to the goodness of truth without assuming that you're elect. And then when you go, what's the criterion for being elect? And then you go, I have the goodness of truth. Then you go, how do you know someone's totally depraved? It's the same circular backwards argument. It's just nonsense, dude. Come and see. It's not good theology. It's broken theology. It's indefensible. You can't defend it. This is not, well, are you disagreeing with Alchemist? I'm just asking a question here. Does totally depraved mean you're incapable of doing otherwise? Whatever your action is, if it's sinful. Totally depraved, does that mean you can't do otherwise? Okay? Just saying people don't understand it, it's not very helpful. Depraved is about relating to God rightly instead of proudly. Well, no, we're not talking about relationship. We're talking about your activity, what it makes it possible and impossible. You're not engaging either, okay? You're not engaging. It's a very simple question that you guys failed to answer. Can someone... You're showing you're unread. I'm asking a question. We're asking a question. Read us up. Can a totally depraved person do a good deed? It's a simple question. It's not. Can it be any simpler than that? The act of loving a kid. Can a totally depraved person under Calvinism do that act? Love her kid? It's just like pulling teeth. It's like having no free will and pulling teeth. It's like a dentist with no free will. Pinocchio. That's funny. Pinocchio's another good one to use, isn't it? Are you lying, Pinocchio? Your nose is getting big.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
I'm talking about Pinocchio, dude. I'm totally depraved. I stumped them. They got silent. Can a totally depraved person do a good deed? Are they capable of doing a good deed? All right. Let's take a look of doing the good deed with my will to send you guys to a good place. Joel reads Bible. Not a good place. Zeb, pretty decent place. Fearless Truth. Is there really not anyone else? Thoughtology. Debate with Nathan Bray. Boring! You did answer? I didn't see. What did he say, guys? What did he say? He said he answered it. Let's see if he answered it. It's a very yes or no question, yeah. Very simple yes or no question. I see you said the drowning girl. I don't know if that's a yes or no. That's not a yes or no. Okay, he said yes. Okay, a totally depraved person can do good. Okay, well, I guess that's the end of Calvinism and what it teaches. We as humans don't know who the elect are, neither do you. That's why we share the gospel. Wait a second. If you don't know who the elect are, how would you know who that total depravity is possible and irresistible grace is possible? Neither of which are taught, by the way, when you go back to the apostles. So if you don't know, how could you possibly believe something that you have no knowledge of? Why would you believe in irresistible grace or total depravity if you have no criterion for knowing it? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't check out. Your answer isn't showing for some reason? There isn't likely a person who is actually totally depraved is the point. So it's a meaningless distinction. Like I said, unknowable, meaningless distinction. It's to say that human nature without God is incapable of good. Well, good is the standard for God, but this conflates a bunch of things. Of course, doing good doesn't mean anything unless God is, in his very nature, good, that there's a standard for good such that you can do good. There has to be a standard for good. In that sense, that's true. But in the sense Calvinism takes it, it's false, which is to say, we don't have the will to do good unless God does some sort of intervention on us. That's a totally different claim. It really equivocates the two. It's all over the place. Anyway, I guess you go to Fearless Truth because I don't see anyone else. I don't see Hello Listener. I don't see anyone else. I see Machine Lies. I wouldn't subject you to those guys. And the rest are a bunch of atheists. So, but before we go, as a palate cleanser, you guys get to watch the skit. And then we'll move you right along. We'll just send you on your way, okay? All righty. Let's clear out this, and I'll send you guys a skit, and then we'll do the outro. God bless you all. Alchemist or anyone with Calvinist, make your way to divine liturgy. What can I say? Protestants, everybody listening, make your way to divine liturgy, okay? Oh, thank you, Gorilla. And a big old happy birthday to Meg Bob again, okay? Here we go.
Today we're going to do something a little bit different than our common landscapes and beautiful skies and trees. We're going to go ahead and do an ancient demonic entity called the Baphomet. A little bit of masculine shoulders, and nice round breasts. There we go, like so. Keep people guessing. That's right. You don't have to paint Baphomet, and you can paint yourself any of the demonic entities, Baal or Ra for his demonic horns. Here we go. Nice demonic horn like so. Just let it flow right off the brush. There we go. Nice sharp horns. We can go ahead and put some shadows in his breasts. It's not every day I say those two words together. Go ahead, round out his androgynous Baphomet breasts. There we go. Not too masculine, not too feminine. Just like so, in between. Just get the basic shapes, get the basic hand gestures. Just like so. The Baphomet, it also wears sort of like a yoga pants, which I find appropriate. These little drawstring pants, he's quite the freak. Underneath his breast, we're going to add the nipples in just a second. Don't get anxious. We never forget. There we go. Get a little Baphomet hoof. There we go. Little hoof. Yep, just like so. A little bit there. And again, we're going to add a little bit of hellish hellscape up at the top. So we'll fill this in later, but we want to get just some of the textures of hell. Just get that nice tone of hell. There we go. There we go. You may have seen some of these images on Nickelodeon or Disney. They're a little bit more cartoonish, but that's okay. Your style, you don't have to paint the way I paint. You don't have to paint the way anyone else paints. You can paint your own demonic entities the way you want to. You develop your own style, just like so. And that's what makes it special. That's what makes it special. There we go. Happy little goat. Happy little Baphomet. Happy with the Democratic Party. There we go. You may have seen this entity in your dreams or at the local Whole Foods. There we go. Just a friendly little goat. There we go. Keep adding hellish red like so. We want to really give the sense this is a dark, dark place, just like the world. Just like the world. It's a dark, dark upside down place. That's right. Yeah, it's starting to really come together. We're going to go ahead and paint a nice little picture of what happens 20 floors under the Getty. That's right. Definitely went to some parties I shouldn't have gone to. There we go. That's okay. You live and you learn. That's okay. That's what life is. Yeah, painting is just like life. You make a lot of mistakes in life, don't you? I know I did. But you keep adding, you keep changing, you buy new paint, and you try not to throw the canvas away, unless, of course, you live in Switzerland and you get in one of those self-deletion pods. Okay, all right. You want to make sure to keep that androgyny, kind of blur the lines. That's what the Baphomet's about. That's what the Baphomet is all about, is blurring the lines, changing the rules. Changing the rules. Here we go. Change the rules. There we go. Breaking boundaries. Destroying societies. Here we go. Just like so. Just like so. It's as simple as that. Just, if you want to destroy a society, just change their idea of what a woman is. Here we go. And there you have it, folks. Thanks for coming by. And always make sure to enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. See you next time.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. It's another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. It's another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.